7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. Welcome to our Healthcare Evolution. 7 o'clock hour online at healthcare-evolution.com. And it's a program that welcomes you to watch us and talk about how cute we are by the YouTube channel. That's TMA STL. And Doug, you said you wanted to get us to 6,650 subscribers this week?
If we could, yeah.
All right, we're at 6,640. So you go to the page. Papers, are we doing a QFTA today? I got Spread Zone with Riz and Stalter despite the radio wars. I know you were going to go out there and ball strike today, try to figure out that.
What time you thinking?
Hey, whatever works for you. You're the prince.
As long as I can get out by about 3 o'clock, it'd be perfect.
God, I got to.
This guy dictating the terms.
I know.
Plays the Grove now.
Yeah.
The simplest of requests. It's the smallest of requests.
Will it be hard for you to play, I don't know, a normal golf course since you've been spoiled rotten?
Yeah, the chairman asked me that yesterday.
Okay.
It will not. It will not. I just love playing golf, man. I love playing ball. I love playing golf.
I love playing golf, man. Think about that, Doug.
And ball.
And ball, man. So, yeah, you subscribe to it, and then you can watch Jackson and I talk it over in there at some point, maybe around noon, 12:15. I don't know. I don't know. YouTube.com/TMASTL. You can also talk it over in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Harry Hogg's talking to Bill Reloaded and the Devil's Crotch and Nipper School Monitor. They're in there talking, and that's all brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Then you can text in to our Air Comfort Service text inbox. If you don't have a name, fear not. Starting on Monday and all next week, Jackson will give you the name you request, assuming it falls within the parameters of the Federal Communications Commission. So you can't use one of the 7 dirty words. Doug, what were those 7 dirty words again?
I'm not going to say it now. But we've had a few denied, have we? A few requests been denied?
Sure.
They get nasty, do they?
What percentage get approved by the Board of Approval?
It's in the 90s, for sure.
My favorite is when it just gets flat out rejected for being lame.
Yeah.
Paper just
well,
moves
there's some
on.
in, like, bad taste, and I won't repeat them, but it's like there's a fine line. And people out there know the line.
You know better.
And then, of course, you can call into our Callier and Thompson phone lines. Today is a Wednesday, and historically on this show, it's always been phone calls on Wednesdays. Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines, 314-974-0101. And what a polosplus.com dossier we have. Number one, it looks like, are all of us Polos Plussed out? Martin definitely is, Papers definitely is, and I definitely am.
Mine's
all
in the
black
wash.
everything. Black cards, all black everything. Was that Kanye or was that Hove? I know Rihanna was in the background.
Doug, put your diamonds up.
Put my diamonds up?
Yeah, up in the air. Chairman Kurt just did. That's why you got to watch on YouTube.
What does that mean, to put the diamonds up?
Hove.
Okay, that doesn't explain much. What does that mean?
Is Hove Jay-Z?
Yeah.
But what is it? Was like
Jehovah.
Jehovah.
Okay, was that a phase he went through, or is it just a nickname?
That's like a nickname.
So he doesn't have an album that put out by Hove?
No.
Okay.
The Black Album was very much where he was like, Hove has arrived.
Hove has arrived.
And just by putting up your diamonds, you're saying, Hove.
Yeah.
That makes you cool to say
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Okay.
You're starting to get it.
And then his wife, Beyonce, is Bay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You fellas are starting to get it. Left side of the infield's really coming around.
The infield. Left side of the infield's going to waive their no trade clauses at some point.
Which one of us is Gorman?
So that's how you can get involved on the presentation. But today, Doug, even though he has already told me because he gets to play Grove 23 that he will no longer do 7-hour QFTAs with me, and he has a hard out at 3 o'clock in which he will be playing St. Louis Country Club. This is Jackson Burkett's day. Nay! This is Jackson Burkett's show. He has been saying that St. Louis University is fraudulent. He has been telling you that Missouri is the real deal Holyfield. Was that the Chronic album with Dre and Snoop?
I just don't know. Diamonds up. I'm trying to get more hip.
And in what I believe a strategy employed by the powerhouse from the high school gymnasium of the Atlantic 10, LaSalle. A few Saturdays ago, they said, you know what, we're just not going to let these guys shoot three-pointers. We'll let McCautry, we'll let Thames, we'll let anybody drive to the basket, but we're going to disrupt it mid-court, and it's been employed. It was employed by Rhode Island last week. It was definitely employed by Dayton last night. The Billikens can't get good three-point opportunity shots off, and that's a problem. And Josh Shirt cites physicality. And meanwhile, T.O. Barrett says, how do you do to Rick Barnes and his moving screens? And Missouri beats the Volunteers, putting the Tigers on the precipice of going to the NCAA tournament. Papers, I asked you when we were sitting down at spring training last week. I said, if I could get a parlay of the Billikens not making the tournament and Missouri making the tournament, what percentage would you give me? I remember the number. Do you remember the number?
I don't.
16%, approximately 8-1.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest with you. I would have taken that. And now what would you say it is?
20%.
You're out of your mind.
20%.
Oh, higher. Mizzou getting into the tournament?
Mizzou getting into the tournament is way higher than 20%.
The parlay is Missouri in and SLU out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's the parlay.
Yeah, I think 20%.
Yeah, Diamond's up.
Do you have Missouri now ranked ahead of St. Louis U in your local rankings?
It is time for Jackson's local college basketball Gallup poll.
I said yesterday that SLU and Mizzou were tied for second, and that still remains my take.
Oh, really?
I can't.
It's a quiche party. Jackson's local college basketball polls brought to you by Lorraine Quiche.
I can't be a prisoner of the moment. You got to look at the body of work. And Mizzou had an outstanding performance last night, but it's a home victory.
What's up, T.O.?
Yeah, T.O. Barrett looking outstanding. That's actually the better development to me than anything, is having a true scoring point guard on the team, and that will help the guys like Mark Mitchell get even more open looks. But I still think it's tied. I can't be prisoner of the moment and just be like, oh, yeah, Mizzou's for sure better. I can't say that definitively, and I certainly can't say SLU's better definitively. So I'll just keep my take the same. I can say Illinois is the best of the three, though.
How about this take that I think we had off air? But I'll bring it on air since it's my words. I'm not violating the code. Missouri has a higher ceiling. SLU has a higher floor.
Without a doubt.
Okay.
Without a doubt. Mizzou's ceiling is higher just based on pure talent on the team, physicality that they play with. The ceiling's higher. The floor we saw in the Illinois game is quite low. SLU, I don't think
that was a different team.
Yeah, it was a different team. But last night, Jaden Stone didn't score, and they beat Tennessee. He hadn't barely played in the second half. It was just Anthony Robinson and T.O. Barrett pretty much in the second half from a guard standpoint.
When did Barrett become Keaton Wagler? I mean, this guy is a machine.
And he does it without shooting threes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Martin, so I was listening to the Colonel's postgame show following the Arkansas game, and both he and Drew King, who is the Power Mizzou basketball reporter, were saying, you don't want T.O. Barrett to be the guy you lean on for point production. And yet last night, T.O. Barrett was the guy you leaned on for point production, so much so that coming out of a timeout late in the second half, they designed that clear-out play for him to drive to the basket. And, Doug, was that a gentle kiss off the glass?
I guess it was.
A hook shot.
Describe it as that.
Gorgeous.
How about that? Gorgeous.
Put it in a museum.
Kiss. Oh, put it in a museum.
Well, I don't know.
Over his defender and then high enough to get over the center trying to block it. That's in crunch time like that. That's
so
wow,
big
it's
stones.
cow season over
big
there.
Stones right there.
So you don't have to always shoot a three in college basketball. That's what you're telling me.
No.
You can go to the basket.
You can go to the rack.
You can't. It's allowed.
It seems
Just
like you're taking a shot at the St. Louis University Billikens.
It's a little bit of that, but also even your Missouri Tigers at halftime, what were they, 0 for 10 from 3 or 0 for 9, whatever it was.
Yep.
It frustrates the hell out of me when teams are having an off game, collective. Maybe just give yourself a little better chance. Just go to the rim. Maybe
Martin, Kwame Voyukis said your ass was grass when
it was going into the Dayton home game, I believe.
So. And he was not happy last week with what take when we were down in Jupiter, Florida.
We were talking about the Rhode Island loss, and I don't remember exactly what I said, but something about this is a bad loss because they don't have much margin for error. So losing at Dayton, not the end of the world on your resume if you don't also combine that with a loss at a bad Rhode Island team. That was my point, is now all of a sudden you really, really got to watch the rest of the way. You can't lose too many more games. That's why that Rhode Island game really stood out to me. Because in the beginning of the year, if you said you're playing VCU and Dayton 4 times and you beat them 3, you'd probably take that in a heartbeat. But that Rhode Island loss the way it sits now with these mid-majors, you just can't jack around and lose many games.
But at the beginning of the year, you wouldn't have most likely been thinking about an at-large NCAA tournament berth. And so with success, expectations rise. So I never really well, if you would have told me at the beginning of the year, and I'm not saying you're doing that. I do think that kind of has become something after losses in 2 of the last 3 games. But I don't think it's about losses in the last 2 or 3 games. I think it's about the overall performance in some games in which they've won. I think some teams have kind of figured it out, and therefore Josh Schertz needs to make some offensive adjustments. And that goes back to, I really do think it goes back to, even though it wound up being a big win, the LaSalle game, where teams are just not letting them shoot threes. With the exception of VCU in the second half, St. Louis U was able to go off there. But this is now the modus operandi against St. Louis University. Pick them up and make them shoot contested threes. You got a real situation with McCautry. On the other hand, I thought one of the problems was Thames and his performance, and whether it be injury or something else, only playing 8 minutes against Rhode Island. Well, who's been the best player on the floor for the Billikens the last 2 games? Kellen Thames. That's incredibly exciting. But the problem is they're not able to get their three-point shooting going, and that is a major issue, and that's why Josh Schertz was citing physicality last night, because Dayton clearly was the more physical team, but that physicality is another word for they defended us tough and tight, and therefore we didn't have easy looks. Papers, what do we have here? Because I know you've got a lot of hoop rock sound.
Yeah, you want Josh Schertz talking about can't be soft. They're going to continue to, they could push this tournament.
Sure.
Obviously, we don't get to the point we're at by being soft, but we've certainly been trending in that way. I mean, you look at the last 3 games, I think we've maybe led for 10 minutes of the last 3 games. We probably trailed 110 of 120 minutes. We're certainly not playing with the 2 things that I've noticed, that are really, the physicality piece, and then the turnovers have crept back up. I think 18, 16, and 15 the last 3 games. So, we're turning the ball over at a high rate. We're lacking, some force and physicality on both ends of the floor. And, we're not the most physically overpowering team in general. We don't have guys that are just overpowering physically. That's not what Ish is, or Brady is, or Q is, or Robbie is. We've got some guys that can bring some physicality, Paul and Amari and Dion. Kellen's not that's not what he does, but we need more guys, playing to their capabilities from a physicality standpoint.
He referenced in 1.2, the officials, maybe he wasn't complaining, but just said they're not going to call it. They're going to be grabbing you.
Right.
Then you got to do a lot of things, he said, even away from the ball.
Yeah.
And I think you're seeing that. I'm not saying it's full Bill Belichick here. We just start grabbing people, but if that's how they're going to let it play, then you got to adjust.
They called a lot of fouls last night.
Yeah.
Man, when you need to start playing tough defense to get some steals, to get back in the game, and the refs are calling everything, it's hard to make that happen.
So that happens in the second half. That's why you can't get down like they did in the first half, because it's hard to come back when they're calling so many fouls. I thought Dayton out-slewed SLU last night.
Hold on a second, Doug. Did you hear that?
Dayton out-slewed SLU.
Dayton was knocking down everything in sight from deep, but also beating them backdoor, which SLU loves doing, getting out in transition quickly, working inside out. I thought Dayton did exactly to SLU what SLU did when Dayton came to town.
Yeah.
And then it's a tough recipe.
I didn't hardly even recognize the Billiken team. That's just not the way they've played all year. Right from the start, it was just kind of sloppy, a lot of bad passes, terrible shots. When they did shoot threes, they were, 1 for 12 in the first half? They just came out with nothing. They had nothing that first half. Ishan Sharma didn't score all night. He played 30 minutes, did not score a point.
And when you think of Sharma scoring, what do you think of? Threes.
Yeah.
Just raining them. Trey Green now looks like he might be in some form of a doghouse. I don't know. But, I mean, he was the guy against Dayton at home 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, it was a rough night. They did not play well at all.
So you beat Duquesne Saturday. Let's just say you do. Okay, then you get Loyola, who's terrible. Okay, what do we say? Straight cheeks. And now you're 15.
Is that what you say, Jackson?
Yeah, buns.
15 and 2. You got to go to Georgia Mason, who's a decent club there.
Yeah, out on the road.
So you really, I just don't think you can lose another conference game if you're not going to win that A-10 tournament. Now the A-10 tournament feels a lot more wide open.
Right. And you have to think those teams that you're going to be playing in the A-10 tournament will not be like you played them earlier in conference play. Those are going to be some hungry dogs because their only chance to go dancing is winning that tournament. SLU, on the other hand, can kind of has some wiggle room, but every loss, that margin of error shrinks.
Right. If you happen to lose the Mason game and then you don't win the A-10, even if you get to the championship game, then you're sweating out Selection Sunday for sure. I think
Josh Schertz is right back where he was a couple of years ago with Indiana State. A high NCAA net ranking, but a team that may be the victim of what takes place if you get some bid stealers in other conference tournaments.
They were ranked, 23rd coming into that game? I bet they fall out of the rankings after that.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. They won't be top 25
they dropped them
now.
5 spots after beating the hell out of ECU, but the focus was on the loss to Rhode Island. And I'm not saying that was wrong, but it just shows their margin for error versus teams from the big conferences is so slim. Lenardi, Doug, which I know you subscribe to his gospel, had him as a 6 seed going into yesterday. Kwame Voyukas IV, Martin says, a loss at Dayton will not drop you from a 6 or 7 to anywhere near the bubble. Need to finish the regular season strong to hopefully get off that 8-9 seed line. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV.
Right. So I would say by his text there, he feels they're a lock, is what I'm hearing. And I don't agree with that.
I share Martin's opinion.
And Duquesne isn't exactly cheeks or buns.
Buns.
Yeah.
Coach, would you say their cheeks are buns? Your next opponent?
No.
Where's Cal May?
It's a game at home, though, on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
It's just got to have it, especially after the kind of rough week and a half.
Never felt like last night, they're going to come back. Just never felt like Dayton was on fire. They owed you. You had embarrassed them a month ago. You could just they got a good building, and you could just feel that it just wasn't happening.
And we've talked about, what SLU will look like against a really good big man, a really good big presence. The guy, Letang, played a real nice game last night, but if you're going to go make an NCAA tournament run, there's about 50 better players than Letang who you're going to probably go up against inside.
He was a snootful last night.
Yeah.
He's 7-1. Yeah, they had no answer for him.
Parlez-vous français?
They had nothing for him. And, there's some guys a little more skill out there than him who you'll be facing in the tournament.
But credit the Flyer. I mean, since that Blizzard blowout, they won 5 of 6. So they look like a team that night that might have been done. I mean, they just got embarrassed, and they have done a nice job since. But the lead's Mizzou. Come on, Papers. They're going back. So Dennis Gates is going to take you to the tournament 3 out of 4 years.
He went over to that crowd, Martin, and he gave him the heart sign. You like that, Doug, when a gentleman walks up to you and gives you the heart sign?
Well, I'm not sure it's ever happened.
To you or to Mizzou?
To me.
Crowd was great last night. Couple of nice shot clock violation when Tennessee kept getting offensive rebounds. Couldn't hear themselves think.
What about Rick Barnes running the moving screen?
They didn't run it as much as they usually do. It's a weird Tennessee team this year where they're not really that prolific from deep, which is usually the DNA of a Tennessee Volunteer Rick Barnes team. But they ran it a couple of times, and you bet your ass they were moving.
Nice.
Watch
I
your
love when John
language.
Sunvold's on the call, and he seems to call a lot of Mizzou games.
Yeah.
He lives there, makes sense. And he doesn't seem to get the heat from the. Maybe they didn't realize 40 years ago he played there. He doesn't seem to get the crap.
Maybe it's because I'm biased. I don't ever think he's like tipped one way or another. I think he's really good at staying down the middle.
He even played in the NBA. He was so good.
Spurs? Spurs that jingle jangle?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, he's done that for a long time now, the
He's great.
analyst work.
Yeah.
He's also on the Board of Regents, I think, isn't he?
So, like, during a
I think
game,
he
he could
is.
fire a coach.
He could. Yeah.
Make the announcement at halftime. I think he was for a long time.
Not anymore.
I don't think he is. Yeah.
And his
Did they give
daughters-
Drinkwitz a raise last night, Doug, after winning that basketball game?
Is it what now?
Did the Board of Curators give Drinkwitz a raise last night?
Yeah, Drink got
They
another
did,
million or
okay.
two. Yeah. I was just saying, I think Sunvold's daughter's a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader, right? I think I saw that.
You lay it on me, Gabe.
So the Tigers win and Drinkwitz wins also?
Yeah. We all win.
But if you think about the stock up and down, I mean, Schertz's stock is still sky high, but in terms of the pressure now to finish this thing, this magical season, a lot of pressure now, not to fold down the stretch. And then Mizzou, who look like buns against Illinois, okay, now kind of piecing it together. They're still
really
an
good
up and
wins.
down team for
Yeah,
sure.
for
The
sure.
reason why this is Jackson Burkett's day, nay, Jackson Burkett's show, is because when he was catching all this heat in December, coming off a Micah Shrewsbury who lost by 44 points last night against Duke.
Yeah, that Notre Dame loss has not aged well.
No, it's aged horribly.
And the debacle against Rock Chalk and the bragging rights massacre in downtown St. Louis. What did you tell the audience, Papers? And you were sitting there taking all the shrapnel and you stood there. Were you like Jon Snow? Were you like Jon Snow?
In the Battle of the Bastards. That's exactly what I was doing.
Battle of the Bastards, Doug.
Yeah.
What was that?
There's a great gif of like the entire army coming down on them. There's just one man with a sword. And that's what I was.
That's what you were.
I was Jon Snow. A little taller, but I was Jon Snow. And I said, I think it's going to be a different looking team with Trent Pierce and Jaden Stone. Not saying that would have erased the 40-point deficit against in the bragging rights game. I'm just saying that it's going to look like a different team. They're going to play a lot better. And then their first game back against Florida, who's looked otherworldly since Mizzou beat them.
I mean, that's a national championship team.
Yeah, they were talking about it on the broadcast last night. They're likely going to be a 3 seed. Could you imagine having to draw them as a 3 seed in the second round?
I would take the over on that. But I realize there's so many damn good teams. You start going through it. You go, maybe they would be a 3 seed.
I think that's what Lenardi has them at right now. And it's like, geez, if he had to play Florida right now as a 3 seed, it'd be brutal.
But it's funny when you talk about their resume now. What do you mention? You mentioned Vandy. You're going to mention Tennessee. You mentioned Florida. Now Kentucky's dropped off, so all of a sudden that great. Now it was still
it's a road win. It's a road win.
It's a great win, but I'm saying it's lost a little bit of that resume luster.
Yeah, and they were messing around way too much with South Carolina last night. That's weird. Kentucky, I've said that too. They're a weird team this year.
But Mizzou has, if I'm not mistaken, 3 wins at home against ranked opponents.
Yep. 5-5 in Quad 1 games, 9-9 in Quad 1 and Quad 2 combined games, and 7-1 in SEC games decided by 5 or less points.
That ain't buns.
That ain't buns.
And that bench that used to be, Dennis Gates used to play like 30 guys.
Tight.
Really narrowed
tightened.
down.
You're welcome to give your thoughts by texting in. We have these Air Comfort Service text inbox where friends gather. 314-399-9646. Kwame Voyukas IV Martin has issued a response and says they aren't a lock as they cannot afford a loss to Duquesne or Loyola, but they would absolutely still get in with a loss at George Mason and somewhere in the A-10 tournament. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV. I'm a Kwame Voyukas IV guy. I will respectfully disagree that they would absolutely get in if they lost to George Mason and also had a loss in the A-10 tournament. I think it is probable, but probable only means 51% or better. And that's what Schertz experienced at Indiana State. They were in even after losing to Drake in the Missouri Valley Conference Championship game, and then he had the nightmare scenario of a bunch of teams that weren't going to get in, win conference tournaments, and then Indiana State was on the outside looking in. So some of it would be outside of the Billikens' control if they don't take care of business. They win out. If they win the rest of the A-10 and then lose in the A-10 tournament, I would say at that point, I think you're in the 90% range.
Yeah. It'd be like the bid steal, like if in the MAC, some other team other than Miami won their tournament, and now you have to put Miami for sure in there, and then the team that won their conference,
Probably wouldn't help them if they are on the bubble, if they're seen as a team that is stumbling down the stretch here.
That's the damn.
If you lose 4 or so games in the last couple of weeks of the season, it gives a committee an excuse to say, well, they're not the team that we thought they were.
And then what if the committee comes out and says, well, we're sorry, Billikens, but we didn't think Mizzou was getting in and we had to knock you out because we had Mizzou suddenly in the bracket.
Could happen, I suppose.
I would hate
but
to
this
see
is
it.
where Schertz, the basketball mind that we talk about, he's got to figure this out. And so you got a coach who's known for his X's and O's. And also the players got to have a little more poise in that. So they're coming out. They know who shoots the threes. And you say, oh, Deion Jones, you want to shoot a mid-range jumper? Go ahead.
Yep.
Hey,
well,
Quinn.
I mean, McCautry, you look at the start of that game last night where once again they start off super slow. So once again, they have to dig out of a monster hole. And it looked like Anthony Grant's strategy was, okay, McCautry, we'll go, have at it. Right. If you hit it, have at it. That's fine. But what we're going to do is we're going to drop a defender back, and then we're going to focus our attention on the perimeter to one of the guys who actually can shoot. And we're also going to do everything we can to stop the instigator for that offense at the top of the key in Robbie Avila. So those are the two strategies that have been employed here as of late. So I don't think that this is a case of just physicality. I think this is a case of coaches catching up to what they are doing. And so this isn't just a case of the team not hitting shots. There's a reason why they're not hitting shots. You can call in at 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. You can text in at 314-399-9646, and you can talk it over with the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with Doty's rocking chair, who says Tim's beard looks great today, Doug.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
No.
Well, they're not all happy, Tim.
No. What's the problem?
Well, Bob Wagon says, really, basketball again? That's enough. Make it stop. I'm out.
Blocking.
Bob Wagon does not want us discussing 2 top 25 basketball games involving local teams last night.
Peace.
Jackson just threw up the deuces, Doug. So he threw up the diamonds in the first 5 minutes, and then he just threw up the deuces here.
Yep.
This guy's having a monster healthcare evolution.
The Blues had a practice. They were on the ice. Doggies had a practice. We could discuss that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Except we like listeners. Except we like to have listeners. It's kind of how I put food on the table. So, Bob Wagon, you just got the deuces.
Yeah, peace.
314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's where you can talk it over with other friends and watch us and judge our beards. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. This polosplus.com dossier, a Jim Dandy. You will get hockey coverage. It's just the team that won, and that is the U.S. team. Keith Walter Tkachuk, who Biz Nasty said on Pardon My Take, he should be in the Hall of Fame and his sperm should be in the Hall of Fame. And he is going to join us coming back at 8 o'clock as he rejoins the United States of America. Is he down in
He's sheltering
Miami?
in Naples, I believe.
Naples.
Sheltering.
Taking a little time away after the exhausting trip overseas.
Walter with us at 8 o'clock. Jeremy Rutherford taking your two-part questions, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. That comes your way on the polosplus.com dossier at 8:45. And friend of the show, Martin, Ryan Luechtefeld, former Billiken. He is going to join us with his perspective on last night's festivities and the state of things. That's coming your way at approximately 9:30 here on the morning after. The show welcomes you to get involved in a wide variety of ways. Watch it on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Feel free to call in. Feel free to text in. Feel free to email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. And yesterday, if you weren't listening in the 8 o'clock hour, we announced what the prize is for the month of March. And it's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company saying, you know what? We saw what happened with Seth Goldcamp when he gave away a $10,000 HVAC system to the winner of the emailer of the month in the month of January. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to give away $5,000 worth of new garage doors. So if you are hashtag blessed and you have a 3 garage door setup, Doug, up to $5,000. Thanks, Jason Gosrow.
Oh, that's nice.
Now, if you have a carport, they'll just throw up plastic.
Just plastic? Just one, like visqueen?
I've never heard that word. I like it. So that will be the prize starting on Monday. Martin, are you doing any spring breaking? Did I ask you this yesterday?
I think I'm going to have around that selection weekend, but not that whole week.
Okay.
I've got some duties back here that's kind of interfering with.
Got it. I got spring
plans.
break with the family in mid-March, but and Doug's going to Lake Placid. How about that?
Are you really?
Yeah, he really is with Nick Vaughn.
Because you are a
historian.
Well, no, a great American.
And a great American. So the month of March will be a monster prize yet again for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's company. And I had Steve and I had Scott come over to my house
really?
On Monday. Yes, I did.
Were they dashing or daring?
Bold. Bold.
You have to be a little bit bold to put your head in the furnace, I think.
Yeah.
If you're bold in the HVAC industry, you just walk right in the house. You don't even knock.
My 4-year-old said, "Why aren't they wearing shoes?" And I said, "Dem booties." That's what I said, dem booties.
Did he understand what that meant?
Of course he did.
Okay.
He
And
loves
he
the
said,
show.
"Diamonds up, Dad."
Yeah, they said diamonds up. Design Air, Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and we recommend you become a client with any HVAC issues you may have. DesignAirService.com. The program's called TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios. Phone bills. Rocky Top.
Safe travels back to Knoxville.
Oh. Now, you don't hate Rick Barnes, do you?
I love Rick Barnes.
You hate Tennessee.
Hate Tennessee.
So you're trolling right now?
Yes.
Woo! When do those Gers go back to Neyland? They don't play them this year, do they?
No, I don't think
They
so.
haven't been there in a
I know
while.
it sucks. That's like the one real big downside of the divisions of the SEC being kind of canceled is not getting to play Tennessee every year.
Then you hate them with a passion. But you love Rick Barnes.
Love Rick Barnes. I don't really think I have much of an issue with Josh Heupel.
Why do you hate Tennessee? The color?
Fan base, yeah. It's fun to have a rival. That's not
What
Arkansas.
about the battle line
Yeah.
border?
Arkansas doesn't
battle?
do it for me. I have no issue with Coach Cal. I don't really have that many issues with SEC coaches in general.
Who do you have issues with?
Let's go through this because Mark
Cronin.
seems fine.
Mick
Yeah,
Cronin, you've been on that. You were ahead of the curve on that one. Now the
yeah.
country's catching up to you, Papers.
No, I've been hating Mick Cronin.
You raising your voice at me?
Most of the coaches I
SEC
didn't
wide.
like,
Let's
most of
walk
the
through
coaches
the
I didn't
SEC.
like have retired by now.
Okay.
Like I never liked Jim Boeheim. Never liked Jim Boeheim.
I feel like his own friends didn't like him. if they're being honest.
SEC wise,
Yeah, but up
I
and
didn't
down.
like. I didn't like.
What about Jimmy Calhoun?
Oh, talk about Jimmy Calhoun.
It's a little before your time.
I mean, I was watching college.
Missouri took him out of the Elite Eight
Yeah.
in Glendale, Arizona.
Yeah,
Bruce Pearl, you weren't a fan of him, right?
really didn't like Bruce.
Okay,
Pearl.
there you go.
But
Now we
he's
got
gone.
him.
He's gone. I didn't like.
What about Nate Oates? Where are you with Oatesy?
Yeah.
Not a big fan.
Okay,
But I
There's
don't-
mine,
got
you're
it.
dialing it in.
Yeah, but that's who's out there not an Alabama fan? Like, oh yeah, I love Nate Oates. He's pretty unpopular across the
He'll
nation.
grab a guy on
Sure,
the other team.
he'll push somebody.
How about Frank Haith?
Not a fan.
You had a body pillow. didn't you?
Seeing him on the sideline at Texas during that game was a total jump scare. I was like, oh my God, there's Frank Haith.
Jump scare.
that term.
Well, you can't like everybody, I guess.
But again, I don't think I really dislike anybody in the SEC coaching wise now. Stephen Pearl's he's ripe for me not to like
He's
him.
got a chance.
Yeah,
He
calling
really
a
does.
timeout with 6 seconds left when you're down 15. Didn't like that.
Who don't you like? Text in 314-399-9646, and only half of you can say me. YouTube.com/TMASTL is where you can talk it over. So, Doug, one of the things that Josh Schertz talked about, and we played the post game, is the team needs to be more physical. But one of the issues that I'm seeing, and I don't know where you are, Papers, is a ball knower, but didn't know that the first 4 was in Dayton. So that
Yeah,
was
that's-
a difficult day. But that's why today is your day.
That's right. Bounce back.
Is that it looks like teams have made adjustments defensively against the Billikens. So in their first 8 conference games, Doug, St. Joe's, VCU, LaSalle, Fordham, Richmond, Duquesne, St. Bonaventure, George Washington, 10 conference games, the Billikens averaged the following: 27.4 three-pointers. And they made, in those first 10 conference games, an average of 12.6 three-point shots. In the 2 losses, which have come in 2 of the last 5 games, starting with the LaSalle home game, the Billikens only shot 21 threes, so down nearly 30% from the average at Rhode Island, and made 8. And then last night only shot 21 threes and made 5. And Martin, as you made reference to in our first segment here in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour, they only had 1 in the first half.
And some of the threes they're taking just not good looks. So I just think they have to be able to distinguish. Oh, it's a 3, just shoot it. As opposed to, okay, I'm open. That's what we do. Get your shot off instead of just heaving it or off balance. Like the quality of the shot has to matter too.
Even when they did have good shots, they couldn't knock them down.
Right.
Right. Brady Dunlap has a little
Disappeared.
of the Jacob Cruz disease, where if you're not making threes out there, it's like you're kind of a liability in a sense because you're not great defensively.
But we did find a role for our guy, Jacob Cruz.
Check in with
late in the game.
Yeah. Knock down some
make
free
some
throws.
free
Yep,
throws.
That is the guy.
That's valuable.
He's money.
That's valuable as hell, man. Especially with Anthony
Yeah.
Robinson's plaguing free throw issues.
Yeah, I would tell McCautry, don't shoot a 3. Just moving forward. I know he's made some big shots. Let's not shoot a 3.
In the second half, it looked like the whole offense was here, Thames. You drive to the basket.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
He scored a lot.
He
He
said,
had
"No problem. I'll be happy to.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to accommodate you." Yeah,
But if you're down by 15 or 18, you're not going to catch up very quickly shooting the twos.
that's correct. Kellen Thames last night, 24 points, 9 of 14 from 3. And I would ask this question, and I think Josh Schertz would tell us. I'm legitimately curious. Last Tuesday night, when we were all gathered enjoying Rocco's Tacos.
Oh, that tableside guac, Doug. They're still talking about it.
Unnecessary.
Extra cilantro for me, please.
Okay, they could have made it in the kitchen.
He had 8 minutes. Last night, they're trying to come back. He has 28 minutes, and he scores 24 points. And against VCU, he was a monster on Friday night, and that was when he really hadn't played much in the first half, and they got him in there in the second half, and he kind of takes over the game. And what that then allows them to do is you have a guy drive into the lane who then, theoretically, if he isn't able to convert, can kick it out for a more optimal look for one of his teammates to hit from 3. So I'd be curious what was going on last Tuesday where he only played 8 minutes. And when they were at their best, that guy was the best player on the floor. So you also have to, when you're breaking these things down and you go, what's going on? You have to give credit to the opposition, too. You know, I mean, Dayton went off from 3, and then they also were able to get the play that they got from Letang. So, you know, that's, you know, Doug, watch this. They's on scholarship, too.
They are, and they were.
And last week, was it Jonah Hinton who had all the threes for Rhode Island? And he's also on a scholarship.
I'm sure he
Rhode
is,
Island.
and then some.
Yeah, and I would imagine he'll be on a scholarship somewhere else in about 4 months. But that is something that factors into it. But either way, it looks like opposing teams have figured out a way to counter St. Louis University's offense, as I just said. They had been averaging about 27 three-point attempts through the first 10 conference games. That has gone down substantially, and converting 12.6 threes per game in their first 10 conference games. And in the 2 losses against Rhode Island and Dayton, 21 three-point attempts in both, and they averaged, 6.5 converted. So 50% reduction.
Well, I think when you live and die by the 3, if you're hitting them, you look great and you can score 100 points. And if you have a night like last night where you just can't make anything, you can get beaten by anybody you play.
And I of course, I agree with that. But what I'm presenting is it's not a case of they're not making them. They're not taking them.
Yeah.
Teams have taken it away. And that is why I didn't just look at the three-point percentage or the three-pointers made. I wanted to look into the three-point attempts. And the volume is down materially. And so what it's saying is teams are going, okay, you don't have somebody who's going to drive to the basket and beat us. Well, then they did go, okay, Thames, do it. But the problem was at that point they had fallen behind so much that, as you said, Doug, a 2-point shot. And sometimes he'll go to the lane, and sometimes it's beautiful, but sometimes it looks like absolute chaos, and he just throws something up. But the last 2 games, he has gotten it going, and he's been the best player on the floor for him.
But the other part of that equation is
he needs to start.
I was just going to say, he starts on the bench. So if that is the defensive philosophy, okay, then how do you counter it? Well, you got to go to the rim. Okay, who's the best guy to do it? He's sitting on the bench.
Yeah, he needs to start.
Or get in
He's got to set the tone early and be on the floor. Give him some speed.
Let McCautry be the energy guy coming off the bench.
Agreed.
But it's time now.
Right.
There is no room for error. I do not believe that there is. I suppose if they win out in the regular season and then lose in the A-10, they're going to be good. Again, some of that's out of their control with the other conference tournaments and somebody stealing a bid. But 90% is where I would be if they win out in the regular season in the A-10. However, you no longer have room for error, and I do think it comes down to the Rhode Island game, Martin, which has been your point throughout, that, okay, you can lose at Dayton. That's fine. You can't have the loss against Rhode Island. So it's now time to make that adjustment. Where are they falling behind? When Kellen Thames is on the bench. It's time to make that adjustment. Meanwhile, the Fighting Tigers have found a guy who wasn't a part of the team, but he wasn't hurt. He just wasn't playing many minutes. It was all about Ant Robinson. What's going on with Ant Robinson? He wasn't playing well. And then T.O. Barrett starts to get some minutes about a month ago. And last night just goes on absolute heater. Here is Dennis Gates on T.O. Barrett leading the way from Missouri to beat the 23rd ranked Volunteers.
He didn't take advantage of it last game, and he knew what the scouting report was last game, and I thought we left some opportunities on the table simply because we knew that they were not going to foul. And I thought tonight, once he realized Gillespie wasn't going to foul, and then they switched and put Nate Ament on him, then they switched and put Bishop Boswell on him. I thought at that point his confidence just continued to grow. Mark took a back seat. Everyone took a back seat to allow T.O. to make sure he had the ball in his hands, and that's an unselfish team. That's a sign of a team that understands the game, but also a team that wants to win, and these guys did what they had to do to win the game.
51 of the 73 points. The big two.
Yeah, between Mitchell and Barrett. Barrett in the second half, there was a stretch there where I think he went 4 straight times, one-on-one, and beat the Tennessee defender with ease to get to the basket. I mean, just with absolute ease.
And their two biggest scorers, Barrett and Mitchell, neither one of them had a three-point shot to the line.
No. Barrett did like a step back where his foot was like on the line, but that was late in the shot clock. If he is to add a jumper in the offseason, like a true weapon jumper, the sky is the limit for that young man, because his ability to finish at the rim and get to the basket and stay composed and body control is fantastic. Like, I know I was maybe going a little crazy on that hook shot he made, but that's like the degree of difficulty on a shot like that in that moment when you need a basket is incredible.
I was texting with Papers, and it was getting late in the Mizzou, and I realized this is probably not the time to be texting. Talking a
Are
little.
you texting about the basketball, or are you talking about this nonsense?
No, a lot of basketball. Oh. Some SLU thoughts, some Mizzou thoughts, and then he's like, let's just get this win first. And I think he was like, okay, that's enough. I'm trying to watch the hoop rock.
I am superstitious. I don't like talking about possibilities of what could happen. This 4-point game I've seen, I watched what happened against Vanderbilt. I don't need that.
You thinking about blocking Martin?
No, I had my cousin who's a big Tennessee fan. He was texting me saying like good victory, and there was like still like 8 seconds left.
Say that.
No, I know. But I was just like, all right, everyone needs to relax just for a second. Let's wait till zeros are on the clock.
You want to dox your cousin?
Nope. No. Great guy.
But you're blocking he and Martin both.
No one's getting blocked. I don't think I have anyone blocked on my phone.
Boy, it's really got to be a situation if that happens.
Right.
Tim, next time I'll just text Milk Dud or
I'll give you their numbers. Yeah.
Ken Dog?
Yeah, the Ken Dog.
Yeah, you can text the Ken Dog, Martin. You can call into the program at 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can text in Air Comfort Service text inbox. If you don't have a name saved, starting on Monday, which will be March 2nd. Am I right on that, Doug? March 2nd?
Oh, I'd have to look that up.
Jackson will give you a name if you request it politely, and it falls within the boundaries of the Federal Communications Commission. 314-399-9646. And, of course, you can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 265 friends have gathered this morning. Doug and I just are asking for just to get to 6,650
That's all we want,
subscribers. Really. That's all we're looking for. So click on it. Subscribe to it. Jackson and I are going to do a QFTA today at 12:50. I got a spread zone at 11 o'clock. We got some commercials to record. I always go outside and sign for the ladies that are gathered out there for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, like we're Studio 5A.
And then I come back in.
A lot of pics, probably.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I got the step stool out there. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, but it's camouflage.
There's always a little secondhand nicotine while you're out there, too.
You step on a stool when you have your photos taken with women? Okay.
It depends on what list I'm wearing.
Yeah.
You can email in for QFTA, TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com and participate in the presentation that way, which will be up on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of this program. Doug, I'm going to give you one chance to guess their phone number, which isn't fair to you because it could be one of a billion combinations.
I think I have it.
All right.
314-222-2222.
You did it. You did it.
That's nice.
That's right. Online at getbc.com. Brown and Crouppen is local, and we are grateful for their support of this program now, going back, I think, 3 years as the presenting sponsor of The Morning After. And you would want somebody who is in the St. Louis area to represent you because they're going to know the local legal environment. And in Brown and Crouppen, they're only going to get paid if you get paid. So all of the calls and consultations on the front end are free. They know times can be tight after an accident, and they make sure it's as easy as possible for you, and they come to you in person for free. It's Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com. Brown and Crouppen, local Founded here in St. Louis in 1979 and still going strong. 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios. This is our Healthcare Evolution, 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
A lot of uncertainty when we talk about the NCAA tournament. You don't know who's in, you don't know who's out. But one thing I can tell you for sure, go to autoloanpro.com to get that next vehicle. It doesn't matter what your situation, what the circumstances, they'll make sure to get you into a vehicle, get your credit back on track. Little to no money down and best rates possible. That's what they promise to you. Auto Loan Pro working with over 50 different lenders to get you the best financing available. Financing that car can be a little tricky out there, especially if you had a hiccup. All you need to know is to choose the pro. Autoloanpro.com. While you're on that website, download the free playbook. Educate yourself on how the credit industry works. And next time around, get that car of your choice. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family. Making that large purchase gets complicated. Keep it simple. Go to the website we've been telling you about, autoloanpro.com. Little to no money down, best rates possible. Great selection of vehicles online as well. Look for Robert Thomas on that page as well. It's autoloanpro.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Missouri Tigers get one step closer to punching their NCAA tournament ticket with a 73-69 win over number 22 Tennessee last night. They will play Mississippi State on Saturday. That's going to be a noon tip-off in Starkville. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, cut chair. Cut chair reset. It's TMA 101 ESPN Healthcare Evolution, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and we welcome you to get involved in a wide variety of ways. Call in, text in, email in, or open up your YouTube app, type TMASTL, and you can watch the show. And if you want, you can interact with the Devil's Crotch and Bourbon Bob, because they're in there and they're talking it over. Keith Tkachuk is going to join us at 8 o'clock. And Martin, you say he's sheltering in place in Naples?
The response back just started with boom. That's what he said. He texted boom. And he said, in Naples.
Can't wait to talk it over with Walter. Keith Tkachuk coming up at 8 o'clock on your polosplus.com dossier. 8:45, Jeremy Rutherford in studio, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And at 9:30, former Billiken and friend of the program, Ryan Luechtefeld, is going to give us his perspective on the Collier and Thompson phone line. So there's your Polos Plus dossier that will be completed with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Got pain? Well, the traditional healthcare system puts you in a waiting game. Weeks for primary care, weeks for specialists, physical therapy, MRIs, and then likely 2 to 3 months just to get answers. Or go to Healthcare Evolution, just like Doug did, just like Jackson did, just like I did. Healthcare-evolution.com. Free consultations. They will look at your pain the same day and offer real treatments right away, such as regenerative injections for pain relief and healing. Discover how Healthcare Evolution can help you get back to living life. Schedule your free consultation today with Healthcare Evolution. Go to healthcare-evolution.com. Why wait months to feel better? If you are in pain right now and you can't get in to see your primary physician for a few weeks, it's not going to get any better, and you can take care of it. You can take control. And the business is locally owned and right here in St. Louis. Go to healthcare-evolution.com, a sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Jay Billis is not happy with Mick Cronin, Doug.
Good.
And college basketball coaches who are angry. Might be talking about Dan Hurley as well. He appeared on Mad Dog's show. Here is Jay Billis of ESPN.
All right, hit the lever, please, Pale.
Really didn't like the press conference thing. I thought it was kind of petulant and unnecessary, and for the life of me, and this goes beyond Mick, I can't understand why so many of these coaches go into these press conferences like, why does Iowa State's T.J. Otzelberger and Bill Self at Kansas, how can they go into these press conferences after getting it handed to them and behave themselves? It's not that hard. What do they expect, that they're in a multi-billion-dollar entertainment industry and nobody's going to be interested? And I'm okay with the feeling that the media doesn't understand basketball the same way the coaches do. Congratulations. When I go into a restaurant, I'm not a chef, but I get to opine on the meal. I'm paying for it. I get to opine on it. And I don't see why this is so difficult. And, I understand, hey, I'm a competitor, but the competition's over. And now it's time to talk about it. And it's not that hard. They win and they're nightclub comics, and they lose and they can be petty at times. And I think hopefully, I felt really good that Mick apologized about the whole thing, and to me it's over. But I guess I'm talking more broadly and globally on this, that these things aren't that hard. There's no reason to act that way. If you don't like a question, just say, look, I'd prefer not to answer that. Whatever. It's not that big of a deal.
Feels like Jay Billis has been listening to TMA.
Yeah, but
because-
he's a big fan. I think he streams as the Devil's Crotch.
I think he nailed it right on the head with those comments.
Agreed.
I had a feeling you'd like that, Doug.
Yeah.
Just behave. Just be decent.
How could you feel any other way? How could you feel sure these coaches have a right to yell at anyone who dares question anything that they do?
Right.
You're making millions of dollars to be the coach, and there's going to be some questions you don't like from time to time. Deal with it.
I don't understand. I really don't understand it. I legitimately don't understand. Doug has been talking about this, Martin, for years. Now McKernan has made it a topic at the forefront. But I don't understand it. But it goes back to when I was working in Columbia. Norm Stewart would, not that he would be mean per se, but he would clearly establish his dominance. Larry Smith was the head coach of the football team when I was there. Same kind of thing. And also, I think it's right to point out that there are a number of guys who don't act like that. Mm-hmm. The ones that we give attention to are the ones who act. But McKernan is really...
He's the poster child now for this movement. You raising your voice at me? And I think he pointed out Bill Self and that TJ, is it Otzenberger? Otzelberger. I think what he was saying is they can do it politely, right? Mm-hmm. I think he was saying that they, unless I misheard it, saying how can they come in there and answer the question?
Otzelberger had a great response the other week.
So, there are coaches at a high level who can act like normal human beings.
Yeah.
So it can be done.
That's the thing, is it's understandable to be testy or upset in the postgame, but it's another thing to antagonize reporters who are just trying to do their jobs.
Well, even Shirts last night.
Yeah.
Shirts said last night, he said they were better than us in every single way. Rivalry game. He said great crowd. He said they always have a great crowd here. Very complimentary. I'm sure is just
because he's a professional.
Sick as he is about how bad his team played. He gave a lot of kudos.
Compartmentalize. You expect your players to compartmentalize on the floor to not freak out if they get a bad whistle and then get a tech. You should keep that same conduct going even in a press conference where there's no referees around.
Haven't coaches always done this? Nothing's changed. The media's just softer now. That's from Starvin Marvin.
I don't know.
Active in the STL Today comment.
Passages?
That's your
It
guy?
probably goes way back, yeah. Coaches like to intimidate. I think some of them, especially at the college level, are giving such unbridled power.
Right.
Total power over their players, their assistant coaches, and just about everybody else at the university. And so they think they can continue to act like a king and a dictator in post-game news conferences. And it's not just the small schools where you got student reporters. It's everywhere.
Jackson Starvin Marvin is back. Coaches are angry after the game. Water's wet. It's been happening for over 50 years. Deal with it. Starvin Marvin.
That's a bad take. The level of rude behavior has gone up in recent years. And I do think what Doug's talking about, they're coddled at every step. Hey, Coach, what do you think? Buy me a new car today. Yes, sir. We'll go get one. Change the uniform. Yes, sir. Everybody coddles these people so that if anybody pushes back at all, they just can't stand
it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're a grown adult. You got to be able to both compartmentalize, channel your anger into a different outlet than taking it out on some report. Like McKernan last week doing the "Are you raising your voice at me" thing was an embarrassment to college basketball coaches. Mm-hmm. That's just the wrong way to go about it. And if you're a recruit looking at you like, do you really want to go play for a guy who that's the example he's setting? How you talk to another person, not a colleague, but a contemporary in the sense of your same age as you. It's crazy.
I mean, if I were to tell you that an NHL head coach were causing problems post-game, who would you think of?
Tortorelli.
That's exactly right. And then who else?
And they had him on the Olympic roster,
Yeah, he
too.
was an assistant. Anybody else? I mean, so think about Berube. Think about one of the more controversial plays of the 2019 run.
Yeah.
The hand pass.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, he told his team, and the way he also handled it post-game was to, we're going to be asked about it. Here's how we're going to answer it, and we're going to turn the page. And they did turn the page, and then they rattled off 3 straight wins and then won a Stanley Cup. So I think it also sends a message to your players. And in this case, I realize these guys are getting paid, but they're still younger and not professional at that level, that this is a way that everybody's against you. And I think it sets a mindset. So I think it's a real negative. Keith Tkachuk is going to join us, giving us his perspective on his sons winning the gold medal. Martin, should we break or should we go right to him?
Jesus, papers, you didn't call me. I think we can take a break.
All right,
It's a short break.
All right, short break. Keith Tkachuk, can't wait to hear from Walter on what he got to see his sons do in Milan. Keith Tkachuk next here on the PolosPlus.com dossier. The program is called The Morning After. Presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers loved that rascal Puff, and he is on the ones and twos. And Doug, what a treat this is going to be.
What's the treat?
Well, right when his sons won the gold medal, Keith Tkachuk said, "There's one place I want to go and talk about it, and that is the morning after."
Oh, he did.
On 101
Okay.
ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel in St. Louis. And damn it, here he is joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Friend of the program, Keith Tkachuk. Hey, morning, Walter.
How's everybody doing today?
Jackson was slow on the draw. I don't think you were up initially there.
Oh, gosh.
I apologize. It's already off to a rough start.
Hey, Walt, can you pep it up a little bit? We got an Olympic gold medal winning hockey team. Okay, let's go.
Hi, boys. I've got the most sleep in my life last night. I'm still a little groggy right now.
Really? So can I ask what time you went to bed and what time you woke up?
We
I'm
like
really
logistics.
curious. Yeah, we like logistics.
Well, no, I went to bed probably around 9:30 last night and woke up at 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning.
Oh, that's glorious. I like that.
So you knew you were going to be on this show, and you kind of implemented a curfew for yourself.
Yeah, I have. Trust me, the body needs a little rest after that 48 hours after the fact and after the game, and then traveling back, which was pretty crazy and pretty hectic, but it was all worth it.
Were you there the whole time?
Yes, I was there for a while. I went over ahead of time to do a little scouting and stayed over there, and I can't miss that opportunity with both boys playing. You kidding me?
Well, what'd you do the night of the win? Did you go home early that night, or did you get out a little bit?
Well, I'm trying to trace back the steps a little bit. It's a little foggy. It was nuts. We had a blast. It was a stressful game. Obviously, it was a great game. Both teams played great, and Canada, had their chances to win that game. It's two of the best. At the end of the day, it was great for the game of hockey, great for the NHL, and it really showcased the love that these boys have for their countries.
Walter, I'm curious what you are experiencing in that overtime period. It's 3-on-3. You know it's not going to last long. That's just the nature of that setup. What is it like as a parent with your sons literally out there playing for the gold medal, and you know at any moment it's going to go down? What are you experiencing?
First of all, I think I was happy the U.S. actually got to overtime because Canada was pulling it on. I mean, Hellebuck was by far the best player in that tournament, and especially in that game. So with the amount of talent both teams have, it was going to last very long. Canada has some great players, including the guys that have played for the St. Louis Blues, and with the talent Canada had and the talent offensively that USA had, you knew that was going to end. So, it was just stressful, but it was great hockey. The place went nuts. And it was just overall just to celebrate with the boys and the families. And I've known a lot of these guys for a long time, some of the dads. A lot of these boys on the U.S. program, which I think helps, have played together at a young age. And I think that chemistry showed for the love for each other. And, it was just what an environment. It's a dream come true. It's been really good for our family the last few years with Matthew winning a couple Stanley Cups, and now Brady gets a chance to win a gold medal, and it hasn't been happening in 46 years. And there's just a lot that went into it. The whole Johnny Gaudreau, they're a good friend, and, his family was over there. It was a unbelievable. And then the girls do it. You have 4 St. Louis kids won a gold medal with 3 of them on the men's team and 1 on the women's team, and Joy Dunn. So we've known these families for a long time, the Kellers, and unfortunate that Brian Keller passed away this year. With Clayton, and then the boys. Everything was it was surreal, and it was a great experience as a parent, and it was great hockey.
As somebody who played for the Olympic team, and your sons, you're representing the U.S., did everyone sort of just get tired? It's just sort of assume, well, Canada's better than us at hockey. It's okay. They're just better. Do you get kind of tired of that? How big was it just to kind of get over that hump?
Well, I think it was huge. Canada is still, they've won and they've earned that title of being the best team for years because they proved it, and they got some great talent. And but the U.S. needed this, especially with the 4 nations last year. And it's slowly but surely, getting there for the U.S. program. And I think this is going to really be huge for the development of USA hockey and getting more players and kids, girls and boys out there to play hockey. I mean, 80 was a stepping stone for myself. 96 was for a lot of players. And then now this group are role models for the next group of players.
Matthew and Brody both seem to say the absolute perfect thing when they're interviewed, the most patriotic things you could ever come out of somebody's mouth. Did you coach them up with that, or is that just a natural talent they have?
No, these guys realize what a great country we live in, and their grandfather was a Marine, and fought in Vietnam. They know how important this is for our country. They watched the movie Miracle. They've seen everything that's gone on, and anytime, and they've worn this jersey before at the National Team Development Program. They know what it's like to play in tournaments. It means so much for all countries to represent their country, as well as Canada. They love putting on the Maple Leaf jersey. The Canadians, the Americans love wearing that USA jersey, and they know how big this event was. It was a big stage. It's a worldwide event. So I'm just glad O.V. Clark's was rocking, and a lot of bars in St. Louis are rocking, and I'm proud. I'm proud of both of them.
And I know that Trump is a divisive figure, but knowing Matthew a little bit, if that's Clinton, if it's Obama, if it's Reagan, I think we'd see the same excitement from Matthew to be with the president, shaking hands and representing the U.S. I think that's been misunderstood a little bit.
Yeah, we really don't give a crap what people think. I mean, it's the presidency. You have an opportunity to go meet the president, and you have to take that. And Matthew's actually been to the White House, I think, 3 times in a row now. So he probably should need to get a room in there.
Keith Tkachuk with us here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, live with us as we discuss his sons winning the gold medal over in Milan. When you looked at that game specifically, you made reference to Hellebuyck having the best tournament of anybody, and the U.S. coming out with that goal early on, Boldy beating 2 defensemen, beautiful goal, but then the ice tilts Canada's way in the final 2 periods. What was it that kept the U.S. in that game outside of the play of Hellebuyck? And I realize that was the monster part of it.
Well, I just, these bounces, I honestly can't believe they didn't go in.
Yeah.
But I think the longer the game goes, I think at the end of the day, both teams are, the pressure sets in, and, they're when you're get those bounces, the longer the game goes, the better it was for the U.S. So I think, it was just strange that some of those didn't go in. The Taves one, and McKernan missed one, and there was so many other chances. And then, you get a nice break and a great play by Jack Hughes just to break up the play, and then Werenski. And I mean, you put those caliber players on the ice, it's usually going to go in overtime. But it was a great game. I mean, it was the most watched game, at that particular time in the morning. So I'm happy. I mean, these guys, I don't know how they're going to play tonight and tomorrow, whenever, they start playing again, but it's going to be tough. But you're right back into the NHL grind to try to make the playoffs. So it was great for the game. I think the boys have had a blast going to the White House and celebrating in Miami and with their teammates and representing their country. That's the most important to me, no matter what.
Do you know Hellebuyck at all? Because it's funny because I was rooting for him, like, boy, this guy really needs it. And yet he's so highly decorated as an NHL goalie, but he'd been carrying around that rep for a while, can't win the big one. Well, he seems to be pretty low-key.
Very composed. These goalies, it's just like Bennington. Bennington played, great too. And these guys are just focused. They're determined, and it was good to see him open up a little bit after the fact. Whether it was last night or celebrating after the game, and he was incredible. I mean, you need great goaltending. We had great goaltending in '96 with Mike Richter, who stole the game for us. So it's a great position, and both teams played fantastic. Both goalies played fantastic. At the end of the day, it's about growing the game, and I think I think it's going to be a major effect going forward, positive.
Is winning a gold medal even a more coveted than the Stanley Cup? Is it tied for first, or how would you rate that?
I don't know. It's tough. That's a hard question because, like, it is a worldwide event, and when you're talking winning a medal, there's kids and people, boys and girls that train their whole lives just to win a medal in whatever particular sport they play. You know, the playoffs in the NHL, it's a grind, and it's a tough one to win. When you win that, you earn it. So I think they're both right up there. I'm not going to say which one because I think they're both huge and they're both important. But I'm just happy that at least Matthew has both of them now, and hopefully Brady can get another, a Stanley Cup now.
But Walter, I think the significance of it increased by the fact that the U.S. played Canada, as opposed to if it would have been Finland, for example. And it's no disrespect to Finland, but then it's like, okay, to be the man, you got to beat the man. And in this case, they went up against the best and they beat them. And I think that increased the significance, at least over on this side and probably also north of the border as well.
Yeah, dirtbag usually don't make sense, but you're right, 100% right.
Put that off.
no.
Put that off. That's a promo.
Don't say that.
Put that off. That is wonderful. Doug, where's the gong?
That's what you want. That's what you want. And the NHL needed that, and it was important for the game to have both teams. I mean, both teams went to overtime in the quarterfinals, and they could have easily not even gotten a medal. So I think it was important. I think everybody was hoping for this, and that's no disrespect to Sweden and Finland and, Slovakia and Czech. It's just one of those things where this had to happen, and I think it was a home run for the game of hockey.
What do you think of the overtime, specifically in the gold medal game? Just taking, I realize it's difficult to take it out of the equation because both teams experienced it, but would you prefer it to carry over to 5-on-5 into the overtime going forward, at least for the gold medal game?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I just, the NHL playoffs, 5-on-5 overtime, there's not a better thing, you know, for me. But, these are the rules. I mean, would I prefer something like 5-on-5? Probably, yeah. But at the end of the day, it's probably advantage for Canada to play 3-on-3 with some of the, savages they have with McDavid, McKernan, and McCarr. Mm-hmm. So it's just one of those things.
Big Walt, we have a question from a texter, not from Dirtbag. Did you get a stuffed animal to bring home? The boys got some stuffed animal, part of the prizes there.
McKernan seemed to really enjoy his.
No, I was a little foggy pack, and hopefully I brought most of my stuff home. That was a late night and early morning, so there might have been about an hour's sleep.
Did you hit 11 down in Miami with the boys?
No, I'm too old for that. I need rest. I'm tired. Now it's back to the NHL grind and scouting.
You think when you see your boss, Doug Armstrong, the next time you'll just wear like a giant USA jersey, maybe?
No. It's over. Now we move on and let's get back to work.
All right, give us a late night Milan picture. Does Chantel say, okay, that's it. We're going home?
Oh, you know what? Usually because she's so excited for the boys that, we had a good setup where we were, so it was fun. But I actually pulled the plug. I was getting tired, and I needed to get home.
You pulled the plug.
Wow.
Somebody's slowing down.
What if Chantel says, what's a party pooper, this guy?
Yeah. I wish we was that years ago.
Walter, we're so happy for you and the family. And, man, I'm telling you, your boys have become the face of hockey. They got the podcast going now, Doug. Mm-hmm. And, of course, they certainly got people talking in addition to bringing home a gold medal. It's incredibly cool to see. And I don't know, I imagine at this point you're aware that Biz said your sperm should be in the Hall of Fame. So congratulations. Congratulations on that. If you'd like, I'll make the speech on behalf of your sperm.
All right, thanks, guys.
There he is. He wanted out. With us live, Doug, and he's sheltering in place in Naples.
Yeah, life is tough. The Tkachuks, they're really struggling. Can't imagine the level of pride.
Milan to Miami to Naples. God
the level
bless.
of pride you must have to have two sons and a daughter also so accomplished, so polished and professional and at such a young age. I just can't imagine what that must be like to sit in the stands and watch him have that kind of success.
That's going to be a text inbox next week, Big Walt Sperm. I feel
Jackson,
like that's untaken,
there's going to be a lot of people.
Is that approvable? He's busy.
Oh, you weren't paying attention.
Tim, Get those Addies back.
Tim, we were talking hockey there, and so somebody just disappeared.
He was just watching Theo Barrett highlights.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. No, I'm not going to talk to you.
Okay.
There's a lot of tension
Fine
on
by
that
me.
side. Fine by me, says Papers. You're welcome to text in. Great to hear from Walter Tkachuk, 314-399-9646. And then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 306 friends are gathered. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug and I just are asking, hey, can we get to 6,650 subscribers?
Doesn't seem like it's asking a lot.
I don't think it's asking too much. And subscribe to it, and that way you can talk it over with other TMA listeners. Plus, you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, which comes up on the Polos Plus TMA dossier at 9:45. Mark, you know anything about the bold and daring Adam?
Yeah, the bold, the daring. We have also just the rock solid staff. Just across the board, you got a great team there at Design Air. They've been doing this for a long time. We had beers with Seth, and I really enjoyed that because he was explaining how the industry changed over the years. And as a company, you sort of adapt. The other thing is when you have success, family owned, sometimes you get an out-of-town buyer, and then the name stays the same, but the quality drops off. Well, this is still family-owned and St. Louis-based, and you can tell the difference with Design Air when they're in your home. Employees are great. They understand the industry. They can explain it well. We've got the new furnace installed in November. It's just outstanding. Everything about it, no issues at all. So year-round, whether it's the air conditioning in the summer, heat this time of year, any issues at all, they'll let you know. Keep it honest and get that repair done for you. Go to designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor of, nobody else can say that, longest running sponsor of TMA. That is Design Air.
Last year, Bryce Harper welcomed Rob Manfred to the Phillies clubhouse by telling him, come on in and sit down. And sure, if you want to talk about a salary cap, I'll talk it over with you.
I remember it differently.
No, Doug, you are actually correct. He told them to get the F out of here.
That's what I remembered, yeah.
Bryce Harper sat down with WIP yesterday, and his prognosis for the short-term future of the game, not good. You will hear what he had to say next on TMA. Jeremy Rutherford at 8:45. Ryan Luechtefeld, the former Billiken, giving us his perspective on SLU's problems here in 2 of the last 3 games with losses. And then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This show is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
This is awfully mellow.
Somber, dare I say.
You know what theme this is from? Oh, you cheater.
What is it?
It's the Rudy theme.
Oh,
I've never seen
Gary
Rudy.
Goldsmith?
Yeah.
Never seen
I
Rudy.
mean, it's somebody's birthday.
Oh, the little fella.
Sean Astin.
It's Sean Astin's birthday, yeah.
I find that offensive on behalf of us.
Oh.
How old would he be? We gotta
I'm
guess.
going to go 55.
I'll say he's 56 years of age.
54.
Tim nailed it. Double nickels.
Double nickels. The program's called The Morning After. I'm late back to the studios because, I don't know, Jackson was running into the bathroom, Doug. And I wanted to go in there, and I said, oh, go ahead. Go ahead. And then he brought his newspaper in there, and I just had to stand outside the door.
You brought a newspaper into the restroom?
I went to read the funnies.
Oh, gosh.
The funnies.
I like that. There you go. You just appealed to some of our older friends in the 636 with that. I like that.
Folksy.
Yeah, family circus.
You're welcome to text in personal attacks at 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can call in with them, too, if you want. 314-974-0101. The PolosPlus.com dossier featured Keith Tkachuk with us in the previous segment. Go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast or the TMA Still YouTube channel. Coming up in about 15, 20 minutes, Jeremy Rutherford in studio with us, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And in an hour, Ryan Luechtefeld, the former Billiken, is going to give us his perspective on St. Louis University as Doug, watch this, down the stretch they come in the A-10 regular season and into the conference tournament, and where things will fall for the Billikens after they lose last night to Dayton. A lot of college basketball talk in our healthcare evolution. 7 o'clock hour, a lot of hockey talk here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. But we're going to take a brief respite because Bryce Harper sat down with WIP in Philadelphia. Is that the angriest sports talk radio station in the country?
I don't listen to it. I don't know.
Maybe the epicenter for angry sports. Do they got a picnic table? What if they got a picnic table?
Great question. They actually go into the broadcast booth. I saw Harper going in there. I saw Schwarber going in there. Is that in Clearwater, Doug? Is that where they are?
I believe that is right, yeah.
Bryce Harper with WIP. Bryce Harper last year told Rob Manfred to get the F out of our clubhouse, believing that he was going to come in there and make a case for the salary cap. Here is Bryce Harper on the future of baseball following the 2026 season.
Gut feeling. Will opening day in 2027 happen on time? Gut feeling.
No.
Second question. Gut feeling. Will there be a 2027 Major League Baseball season?
Yes. I think for me personally, we want what's best for the game. I think I want what's better. Me personally, I want what's best for the game for owners and players as well. And our game is at the peak of where we're at right now with so much talent. It's an international game right now, obviously, with the players that we have. And I don't think we want to lose that. I don't think owners want to lose that. But we're at such a standstill right now with where we are that it's going to be tough to, figure things out in a 3-month span. If you can't figure it out, in a 3-year span, how are you going to figure it out in a 3-month span? Yeah. So I hope we figure it out. I don't want it to go slow. I don't want it to, be bad on both sides or anything else like that. But these guys are attorneys for a reason, and they've gone through all this stuff. I mean, Manfred's gone through it. Bruce Meyer's gone through it. I mean, it's a tough situation for both sides, and Manfred's going to do what's best for the owners, but also I think he wants to do what's right to the players as well to a certain extent. And I think obviously Bruce Meyer is pro player, so I think both sides just really need to calm it down, hash it out, and get this thing done.
The players would sit out a full year, though, to prevent a salary cap, correct?
I think you should have to ask owners about that, too.
Okay. I will.
Yeah.
But you guys would, right?
I mean, I don't want to do it for the young guys if I'm not going to do it the right way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the stepping stone into what guys did for me to get me to where I am, I think I owe that to the young guys in our game as well. So for the next 20 years, 30 years of this game, I owe it to them, now for the Aiden Millers and the, Justin Crawfords and, just the guys that are going to be in this game for the next 20 years. Like, I owe that to them now.
Bryce Harper on WIP in Philadelphia yesterday saying he does not expect the 2027 season to start on time. would it be fair, I don't know how you guys took it, to say that he would be willing to sit out all of 2027? He didn't answer it directly, but that is what I took from that.
I'm sure he would be. Yeah, he doesn't have any concerns financially.
Yeah, he can make his mortgage payment.
Yeah, he's not going to have any concern. Won't affect him. But for the guys coming up trying to make it, it'll have a huge effect on those guys. So I don't know if there's enough young guys not making the big bucks to outvote the multi-millionaires at the top of the pay scale to allow the owners to do what they want to do with the game. I don't know. That remains to be seen.
It's probably too early to definitively say there's not going to be a season, but it doesn't sound real optimistic either. That he's part of that old guard at this point. It's hard to believe. It's his 8th year in Philly. That just feels like he just went there. He's part of the old guard now.
Says he wishes he would have never been in Washington. Would have wanted to be in Philadelphia from the start of his career. Loves the passion. It's another thing that he said this week in an interview.
Okay. He's already 33.
I know.
Seems like he'd be a young guy,
But it doesn't sound like either side is too optimistic. There's still time, but a lot of time. But it's hard to even get to the table when you're just so dug in.
And he says it's hard to believe that if they can't do it in 3 years or 3 months, that it'll be done soon. They could do it in 3 hours if they use some common sense, and both sides would try hard to see the other side's issue. But they don't seem to do that.
So what do you think that common sense would lead to?
A cap and a floor.
But I mean, you just heard
cap.
his response to the cap. I just feel like the issue from the PA side is it's a non-starter. Now, I'm not saying that it should be that way. I just don't feel like they want to be the guys, the generation that gave into the thing that the players that came before them refused to give into.
I'm sure they don't. I'm sure they don't want. That's the last thing in the world that they want. But I think the time has come that most people around the game think that they're going to have to do something because parity is completely out the window at this point. The game is decided by the teams that rake in the most money. They're the ones that are going to be there year after year now, I think. And a lot of teams have virtually no chance to compete. And I think when you've reached that point, and that's where we are right now, significant changes are going to have to be made. I think the time is now to do it.
Guys, I like how Harper said both sides need to calm down, and yet he cursed out the commissioner when he walked into the clubhouse last year. That's from the 636.
Yeah, he was way out of line when he did that. Way out of line. But, again, I don't know how many, if they've got enough hardliners like that to shut down the season for a whole year, or if enough players will say, okay, that makes sense. If there's a salary cap, but it's a big number, we can still get our money. You would think that would be the case.
And even if you instituted a floor, but with no cap, like you force teams to spend money, that's not going to do it because then the Dodgers could still just grossly overpay everybody they want to.
Yeah.
You know it's gotten bad when most fans side with the owners. That's from Steven Time of the Brothers Time. There's Ed, there's Steven, the Brothers Time. That was Steven.
Yeah.
I'm glad there's not a salary cap in morning radio. Tim coming due for an Ohtani-like deal. That's from MD 2020.
Does he get $700 million? Is that his deal?
Yeah, that's his deal, not mine. Not signing for that.
You'd want more than that.
Well, I'm not going to make it public.
You want to be the first local $1 billion a year broadcaster?
I don't know if I would be the first.
There's someone else?
Well, it's not what he wants; it's what he deserves.
Thank you, Papers.
What do you think Jim White was bringing in, Doug?
Yeah, the big bumper.
Probably 100.
He had a boat. He had a boat going up and down the Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
Don't sleep on that.
Oh, was he on a steamboat?
He had some kind of boat. He would go down to ride the Mississippi.
Can you buy a steamboat these days?
I think he can. I don't think it was a steamboat. John Albel bought the Admiral, and I think he regretted that for about 30
Are
years.
you serious?
Back in the day, yeah.
No way.
He
The
was
reporter from the Two Fox?
Well, he was on Channel 5 or 4 back in the day. He and Dick Ford had that news beat or whatever, night beat, whatever it was. Now he was
beat off beat or something like that.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, clip it off.
He was... I mean, I think he had a partner, but they were the owners of the Admiral, which they were always one of those St. Louis things, right? They were always going to refurbish and fix the Admiral. It was going to be do you even know what that is, Jackson?
Wasn't there a McDonald's on it?
Well,
That was a different boat.
Man.
There was a McDonald's on the river, And if you were lucky in grade school, you got a field trip.
Yes.
You go to the McDonald's.
Or the Becky Thatcher. You could ride that also.
So it was
I'll get on the Becky Thatcher, Tim.
so it was just a boat that would go up and down the Mississippi.
That's
the
right.
Admiral, did they have gambling on there? No, it was just...
In its later years, they did. They turned it into a casino.
He said he would go on trips on that thing, and then they would throw him down in the brig. They would
he
throw
went to
him in jail in there. And I was like, well, if it's docked, can't you just get off?
It wasn't always docked. It used to be quite the party place back in the day. And it was a vacation spot. It was a great place to take the family during the day. They had games, and it would float up and down the river a while and then come back. In its later years, it didn't go anywhere. I don't think the boat was any longer seaworthy, and it would just remain docked all the time when it was a casino.
So where is the McDonald's?
A separate boat.
down the river.
South.
Different boat.
A little closer to the soon-to-be Shoto's Landing, that way.
So let me get this straight. WIP can get Bryce Harper, no problem. And our producer can't even get Walker or Wynn after we were promised that they'd be on. That's from Bobby Big Wheels.
I don't think I ever promised anything. And it certainly wasn't for a lack of trying.
I wonder if some of those younger guys are a little bit leery of what they might say when they're asked about this.
I think Jordan Walker wanted no part of any interview. Did you
That
have
could
him on
be.
the 2 Fox, Martin?
We did have him on the 2
I withdraw.
No, I think he did the TV circuit because he knows you have to a little bit, and then just thought anything else is just I mean, I do think he's getting work done. You'd see him with his bag and going to lift weights and all of that, but I think he knows exactly what the question. Okay, how's it go? How's that swing of yours? How many voices are in your head this year? I just think he just wasn't up for anything extra, but not rude ever.
No, never.
But if you're a young guy, you don't want to be asked, what do you think is the future of the game? Are you willing to sit out for a whole year?
Yeah.
If you're a superstar opinion leader like Bryce Harper, you can say whatever the heck you want to say.
I don't think we asked any players what they thought about it.
And that was a couple of years ago when the attendance was dropping at Busch. I think there was somebody in on Jordan Walker, and he's young, and they're like, hey, what do you think about the fans not showing up? And he was like, oh, well, we love all the fans. Like, that's not the guy to ask.
They love the fans not more.
See, that's what it's about, huh? Big deal, WIP. You had Bryce Harper on. We had Spezio on our podcast talking about fat rails. And we just had Learn on talking about Tim's calves and how hot he is. Doug, that's a recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
Did Learn ever address that issue about your calves?
The recovering alcoholic sent me the audio of the clips of the conversation in which she says some comments that I'm having counsel review before the podcast can be released.
That's a cock.
Okay. So they may have been inappropriate?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry I brought it up.
Yeah. Counsel's reviewing right now. Guys, I think Walker is on the TMA Reddit and sided with the born losers who didn't like the fact that the picnic table was sponsored by Guanabanas. His silence spoke volumes. That's from Alan Dadeville. Why was Guanabanas being a sponsor a problem? They've been a sponsor for like 5 years when we've gone down there.
And they didn't want us to see grass in the background. That was their call.
I don't have an. I need somebody to come forth. You shall not be judged and explain why a sponsor that's been a sponsor in the show for years was a problem. Is Guanabanas affiliated with something that we're not aware of? You guys dined there.
Yeah, Good Island Vibes is what they're affiliated with. Tasty key lime pie, even tastier Cuban sandwich. That's what I know.
And they have
them
great
for.
seafood, and Doty got a cheeseburger burnt. That was the order.
Well done, yeah.
The order placed.
Yeah, well done.
What'd you get there, Papacy?
So me and Doug split some fritters, and they were shrimp fritters.
10 nice sized
fritters. With a nice little side sauce for some dippings. And then also a Cuban sandwich. It was really good.
Doug, you have the Cuban sandwich?
I did not.
Doug
I
got
had the fish of the day.
Fresh catch. It was great. Wonderful experience.
Really great. We're going to miss a year of Prime, Ohtani, and Judge. Oh, and we'll use a year of Connor Griffin, who the Pirates will ship off with Skeens for a washing machine in 5 years. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Yeah, Griffin had 2 home runs yesterday.
Yeah, that guy's
19-year-old
I recognize probably a large number of the audience may not be familiar with him, and if you are, God bless. But yeah, he is a force. There's a little buzz about the Pirates in the baseball nerd community.
What if Tony was 20 years ahead of his time?
Yeah, nobody's playing better.
He would get upset because we'd be like, all right, after you sweep the Pirates, excuse me? Now they're back, Doug. The Pirates are back.
And so are the Dodgers. You see what they've done their first 4 games, and this is always going to tell you what's going to happen during the regular season. They've won their games 11-3, 3-0, 5-1, 15-2.
Why do you hate what the Cardinals are doing?
Well,
3 singles last night.
The Dodgers have more players than they know what to do with. Even in spring training, they're stomping.
Victor Scott put down a bunt, got you a run. That's all you need. And they scored 6.
Well,
our guy Tink Hentz, friend of the show. You can have Bryce Harper at your picnic table. We had Tink Hentz. Had a scoreless inning last night. We're rooting for young Tink. Friend of the show.
It was Iggy who was saying it wasn't good. That's from Ward Gerbil. So Iggy's mad that Guanabanas was a sponsor? I have a tough time believing that. I can't imagine that that's the case. I was texting with Iggy like 2 days ago.
Yeah, I'd be surprised as well.
Ward Gerbil, I need you to follow up on that. Tim, did you hammer the Rockies over? That's Canty's favorite bet. That's from Bricklebottom. Tim, did you hammer the Rockies over? That's Canty's favorite bet.
What is their over-under for the Rockies?
The Cardinals are
69
69.5. I think 67.5 might be high, Martin. And if it is, Derek Canty is the gentleman that Bricklebottom's making reference to, and he is a wizard. That's where I get my season-long plays, which I think I've hit on papers. I don't recall.
White Sox last year.
Yeah, I think I've been hitting on. That's where I get my intel. I would guess that the Rockies total, I'm going to go 64.5.
All right. Doug, your guess?
I'll say under.
Well, no, what do you think their win?
I'll say I'll say 62.5.
Okay.
66.
By a wide margin, the lowest win total projection for the Rockies, 54.5.
Oh, my sweet mother of mercy.
The next lowest is the Nationals at 65.5.
Oh.
They're projecting the Rockies to be historically bad.
Because they always say, well, you win 60, you lose 60, and then it's there's the other 42 that'll decide your season. They're not even getting that.
No, they're not even getting the 60.
Last year they won 43.
So they covered sweat-free.
They finished 50 games out of first.
54.5.
It was a fun park.
It really was, Iggy. Ward Gerbil's right, Tim. It's from Harrison's brother Master.
He might have spotted a hole in the Death Star there.
A hole in the Death Star.
That's the title of the segment, Jeremy Kern. A hole in the Death Star.
I had Good Point Dirtbag, but I can change it.
I kind of like
Good Point Dirtbag.
Good Point Dirtbag. I might need to take some time away because now Manute Bowl eligible, who is a historian of St. Louis media, I believe, in a sense, who used to work at the Post-Dispatch. He said that John Albel bought the Goldenrod showboat.
Oh.
And then he joked, I believe Betsy Bruce purchased the Admiral, but I guess
I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe it was the Goldenrod showboat. I don't know. One of those old boats down there.
Yeah. They used to have dinner theater type shows on some of these
Maybe
boats.
that's what it was.
Yeah.
And then, Tim, we had a Becky Thatcher group outing at the
Doug,
old
you weren't
590.
you weren't at the station just yet, but we were going to go up and down the river, and this is in 2004 or 2005. On the Becky Thatcher. Management and ownership was very excited about it. No spouses, no girlfriends was the edict.
Girls are yucky.
Thank you. It's a Saturday afternoon. To me, that implied there'd be friends dancing on the boat. I was 26 years old. I was all for it. But I recall the cat going, so I got to hang out with these guys on an afternoon and go up and down the Mississippi River, and I can't bring my wife.
It was a really odd,
was waiting for me.
really odd invitation. And then enough people kind of pushed back and said, no, what is this again? And we'd just kind of all go, just the fellows on the boat. And enough people pushed back, then we got an email, and you could kind of sense the bitterness back. Well, fine then. We're not going on the Becky. You guys didn't want to have a fun day on the river, then never mind. That was essentially the email we got back.
They were unhappy that we rejected going up and down the old man. The old miss.
And then that Frank probably went into, okay, I know Marty and Tim said no, but if you want me to go, I'll be there. Just to make us look bad.
All right, Ward Gerbil, Doug, with his explanation. You guys were talking about 10 nice-sized fritters. Iggy texted in saying it was Juno Beach Fish House and that Guanabana's fritters weren't that good. You read, and then Iggy immediately texted back saying he didn't realize they were a sponsor. That's from Ward Gerbil. That part I recall, and I agree with. What somebody texted in earlier a few minutes ago was that they were mad on the TMA Reddit page because Guanabanas was a sponsor, and that's why I asked, is Guanabanas affiliated with some kind of organization or something.
And I'm telling you, their fritters were tasty.
They were like a jalapeno jelly on the side.
I don't remember again. I wish I had some right now.
Yeah, they were really good.
Email in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at approximately 9:45. That's coming up on your polosplus.com dossier at 9:30. Ryan Luechtefeld will give us his perspective on the Billikens after the loss last night against Dayton. He played at St. Louis University in the 1990s and is a friend of the program. And coming up, Jeremy Rutherford will be in studio taking your two-part questions via the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646. Or the TMA STL YouTube channel and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. There's your polosplus.com dossier. I'm in Polos Plus. Jackson's in Polos Plus. Martin's in Polos Plus. And all with different brands, if I'm not mistaken. Martin, you got a Columbia? Is it a quarter zip? And then I got...
this is a full.
Oh, it's full on zip. Full
Because
on
in
zip.
here, you got to go coat on like Mr. Rogers. It's cold. It's hot. It's cold.
I'm
constantly
in a
changing.
crew neck here papers.
Yeah,
Nike.
I got this like lightweight hoodie.
Good it's all Polos Plus. And I'm working with Andrew Hubbard over there on new TMA merchandise. But what Polos Plus does is creates logoed merchandise for your smaller, medium-sized business. They are a locally owned and operated business owned by Corey Lawson with longtime TMA listener and sponsor Andrew Hubbard running the sales and marketing side. Corey and his family have been serving the local community since 1995. And what Polos Plus does that's so different and so great is offers brands like Carhartt, Travis Mathew, Nike, Under Armour, and many more. And then all you do is you upload your company's logo to it, and then they take care of the rest. I've fallen in love with this stuff. It is truly wonderful. And we're looking forward to working with Polos Plus. And then they're giving TMA listeners 10% off with the code TMA at checkout. 10% off with the code TMA at checkout. Go to polosplus.com and take 10% off with the promo code TMA. If you have any questions or want to talk to Andrew directly, email him at andrew@polosplus.com. That's polosplus.com, promo code TMA. Jeremy Rutherford joining us in the next segment, taking your two-part questions. That's brought to you by McKernan. It's all on TMA 101 ESPN.
Had a great trip to Florida for spring training coverage on TMA, and my wife and I did the Mid-America experience. Mid-America St. Louis Airport. We've been talking about it for a long time. You get that Allegiant flight, great rates. We flew directly into Fort Lauderdale, and when you go to Mid-America St. Louis Airport, park right out in front of the terminal, walk in, talk to the TSA agent a little bit about TMA, and then you're at the gate. Pretty simple, 15, 20 minutes from car to gate. It's unbelievable, the convenience you get when traveling at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Get online, check out all the different flights available. So many Florida destinations, whether you're going to Orlando, Fort Lauderdale, down in that Naples area, Destin, they go to Gulf Shores, Vegas, so many great spots. And again, great prices, convenience. That's what it's all about at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Book those spring break trips. It's not too late. Get online. Find out what we've been talking about. Book now for spring break. Go to flymidamerica.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. SLU falls last night to Dayton 77-62. SLU tries to get right again on Saturday when they take on Duquesne at home. That's going to be a 7 p.m. tip-off. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
Here in St. Louis, we bring the fight. Bring the fight. Go Blues, hit the groove.
Just get you fired up, Doug?
It kind of does, yeah.
Seeing Jeremy Rutherford gets me fired up. Brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com. JR was not with us in Jupiter, Florida last week, but he is with us in the Stiefel studios here on 101 ESPN and the TMA-STL YouTube channel right now to take your two-part questions at 314-399-9646 or in the Michelob Ultra YouTube channel. Morning, JR.
Morning. I was asking you guys if you had a good time. It looks like you did. It sounds like you did, and it looks like 3 of you got tans and enjoyed the
I wonder who he's talking about there.
Ouch.
He's talking about that.
That was a little bit hurtful.
Papers is a bronze god this morning mentally after Missouri's win.
That's right.
How about you look a little black and gold over there.
That's right. My ears are sunburnt.
JR, finally the time is arriving.
Finally.
Finally the time is arriving, and you might be talking about the game tomorrow night. I'm talking about the trade deadline. I don't know. That's where I am.
Definitely not talking about a game.
Yeah, I mean, you know. But before we get into the trade deadline, which certainly will be the topic here over the next, about 10 days?
Yeah.
Let's talk about what took place at the Olympics. You heard Walter on with us this morning. What's your reaction, and what have you heard from fans?
Reaction to Big Walt?
Yeah, take your pick. Yeah, Walter.
How about that? Is that the first time in his life he's gotten 11 hours of sleep or whatever? I'll tell you what, guys. Marty, you could write the book too. Like, we got to write a book about that guy. Like Big Walt, just over the years, being around those Blues teams and covering him. Like, I'll just give you a couple of quick ones here. I'll never forget, I used to stay at the team hotel, and, you're not hanging with any of the players, but you'd accidentally bounce into them. You know how that goes. And I'm hitting number 2 on the elevator. I hit the button. I'm waiting for this elevator open, and finally opens. And guess who's standing right there in a shiny Ritz-Carlton robe?
Yes,
Big Walt in the robe. He was good at that. And then the other one, guys, that sticks out is one night he missed a breakaway, and it was obvious that was going to be the question for him after the game, and nobody could stand up and want to ask him about it, kind of intimidated by Big Walt. And so he didn't talk, and then he finally looked at us and grabbed the microphone and said, the car rode good. Like he goes Talladega Nights on us just to divert the attention from the breakaway. So I just love listening to the Big Walt interviews. And Doug, sounded like during that interview, did you call Brady Tkachuk Brody?
I said Brady. And
there's another Tkachuk?
There's Brody. He's our guy here on Tuesdays.
It's after the famous Brody Herman, right?
Right.
There's Brody, there's Brady. Yeah. It gets confusing around here. But Big Walt's always having fun, and he travels for the Blues and does scouting. He'll go to, like, college games in Minnesota, and everybody knows him. And he goes, yeah, Jesus, they know how much I made, so I got to pay for all the dinners. Like, everywhere he goes, instead of being America's guest, he's sort of America's host. But you knew his kids would be good at hockey. I don't think anybody knew they'd be this good.
Not this good. And I think maybe people around them who saw how devoted they were in terms of always watching the game. You hear the stories about Big Walt had to call down to the guys at Enterprise Center and say, hey, can you bring some of that plexiglass out to the house and kind of shore up the windows here? Because, the kids are breaking them left and right. And, you talk to their trainer, John Crash, Ben, over at the Elevated Performance. He does a great job with the training, and he had Matthew and Brady and did a phenomenal job with them. I've seen them over there, so the training. But to get to the Olympic level, now when you hear Big Walt talk about Matthew winning 2 Stanley Cups and now an Olympic gold, and let's see if we can get Brady or Brody or whatever you want to call him a Olympic gold. It's just unbelievable. Like, they have the genes, and they always say that Taryn's the best athlete in the family, the daughter. It's just amazing what they've done.
There's really no way to top what Matthew has done here in the last 3 years. Where do you go from here?
No, that's an absolute run. I mean, when you're a veteran at 11-11, I mean, in terms of celebrations, he's 3 for 3 with those right now. It's just amazing. So it's a lot of pride, I think, for us here in St. Louis that they basically born and raised and did everything here. And, for the fact that Big Walt can come on with you guys and call Tim a dirtbag and talk about, bringing them up and trying to put their best foot forward. It's great. I remember talking to Chantel, the wife. Marty knows her well. She said, I used to go take them to Keith's games, and, by the second intermission, they were dead beat tired. They had school the next day, and so we had to carry them home. She had to carry each boy up to the room, and she goes, I think I'd accidentally bang their heads on the walls and wake them up. Throw them to bed.
There was a great tweet the other night about the early start for the gold medal game on Sunday. They said, every hockey parent out there is laughing because they're used to going to rinks at 5 a.m. That's when you get the ice time. But I also think if you're a true American, a true patriot, you come on this show and you call Tim a dirtbag. I think that's the number one.
That's how you know you love these United States of America. JR, you'd be surprised to hear this, but Harrison's brother Master is waiting for you.
No way.
You can send your questions in 314-399-9646. Then you also have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where you can ask them as well. Greetings, JR. A couple items from me today. Number one, did you see Colton Parayko's one-timer in the third of the gold medal game that missed the net so bad it went out of play? The face-off would have been outside the zone. No reason to trade him. Keep him as your number one D-man. Also, I'm taking a vow of silence and going on a hunger strike beginning Friday and lasting until the end of the trade deadline in hopes that it will help get Jordan Kyrou traded. And finally, why is Jackson scrolling Facebook right now? It's from Harrison's brother Master. They can see what Jackson's scrolling on the...
I'm not scrolling Facebook. Surprise, surprise, he was lying.
Isn't that the old people's app? Is that paper? Is that what they call it?
Don't you come after the TMA fan page. Not when you're talking to the moderator over there.
Was that not worthy of Ray Liotta?
No.
Right.
So who believes the vow of silence? Does anybody believe
It's
that?
impossible. He's had a number of vows of silence.
Thumbs down.
He's had a number of vows of silence over the years, and he just can't help
He made
himself.
it 10 seconds one time.
Yeah, I think he's going to break it next Wednesday at about 8:45. But trade Colton Parayko. He missed the shot. It created a face-off outside the zone. I think that's why Doug should pick up the phone and trade him.
There you go.
So, I don't know. And then Jordan Kyrou, guys, I've been making some phone calls the past couple days. I'm going to have a piece up at The Athletic at some point, maybe the next couple days, what I'm hearing, what's going on individually with each one of these guys. And, it sounds like Doug Armstrong may have had a conversation with some of these guys about what the next couple weeks is going to entail. And each of them will now know the direction of the club if they didn't already and what they intend to do with these guys. And, in talking to some people, it sounds like, a lot of these veterans especially are, not wanting to leave, but understand the situation and realize that if that's the direction the Blues want to go, they don't have much of a choice. And yes, some of them have the 15-team modified no-trade clause, but, if the team wants to move you, they're going to find a way to move you. And I think a couple of these veterans are in a spot where if they could be moved to a contender, they would be open arms to that.
I feel like Robert Thomas is somebody they want to hold on to, but I also wonder, he's coming back from injury, if that affects the market just in the moment.
Yeah, I think it does. And it's not to say that a team wouldn't take a semi-banged up Robert Thomas. He's coming back from the leg procedure, and this dates back to an injury last year. He's acknowledged, and do you want to give up two prime assets if you're a team around the league and you're getting a Robert Thomas who might still feel the effects of that in the coming years? We saw what happened with Torrey Krug. So yeah, I think that's definitely a situation that teams be a little bit leery of.
Bennington's play in the Olympics affect his stock at all, or does people kind of know who he is?
Yeah,
already?
I think that's basically it. I think people know who he is, and if you wanted him pre-Olympics, you'll still want him post-Olympics. I just don't know that there's that team out there that's going to make a play for him leading into the trade deadline.
JR, how about this scenario? Thursday night, Blues are back. You probably give Hofer the start because Bennington's been busy at the Olympics, meaning Bennington starts Saturday's game at home against New Jersey against Jack Hughes.
How about that?
Wow.
Already looking ahead.
Isn't that cool? I'm not moving past Thursday's game. Of course, that's of the utmost importance. Pregame here, during the pregame, before the game, whatever time that is, Jackson, I'll tell you during an update.
1 hour before puck drop.
Okay, I'm not looking past Thursday's Kraken game. But wouldn't that be pretty cool?
That's awesome. Yeah, I wasn't thinking like you, Marty, there. But let's say pregame, you get Jack Hughes, and let's hear Arby Fallstrom asking Jack Hughes a question about facing Jordan Bennington.
RB would. So do you think this time, now, because it doesn't count as much, you probably won't score? Or was that something along those lines?
Right.
But Jack Hughes will probably, don't you think, knowing the Mike Caruso vehicle, they'll probably give him a little nod
for sure,
during the game?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Caruso, delete this after I say it, but he's good at that stuff, so he'll have something dialed up for
If you're Jack Hughes, do you go to the dentist before the game, or do you just let the teeth dangle?
I think you're probably going to have to wait a little while, right? Oof. Yeah, and especially, I mean, the way they're partying, and last night at the Capitol, and then, like Marty said, I think they play...
They've got 2 games.
They've got 2 games before they come to St.
So
Louis
he
on
might
Saturday.
sit 1 or 2 out, but by Saturday, and Bennington played really well. That's, as an American rooting for the U.S. to win, but a Blues fan, you didn't want to see Bennington like crap the bed. So it was great that he played well.
Yep.
And I saw him on Channel 5 with Corey Miller on Sunday, and he was, very respectful. And because I think he knows it's a tough break, they lost the game, but he played well.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that after the game-winning goal is scored in overtime, that if you break that play down, Bennington's the last guy you're talking about, because it's McCarr, it's McDavid, it's McKernan, all questions about how they played that.
I agree. I was just about to read a question on that, so let me get to this one here, because I want to hear your breakdown on this, since you were going in that direction anyway, JR. Just a one-part question, but is anyone calling out Cale McCarr for not skating hard back to the defensive zone on the game-winning goal? He clearly could have gotten back to cover Hughes, but he was coasting through the neutral zone until he realized it was too late.
Yeah, so I've watched it 100 times, and people think that the reason is this, Tim, is that it looked like McKernan was going to be able to get to that puck, and everybody saw him hesitate, and that's what allowed Werenski to get to it and then make the pass. But if McKernan doesn't hesitate, people think that maybe McCarr thought that he could shove the puck up ice for a breakaway. But, I don't know, gold medal game that you can think that that's going to happen. You have to get back. And it wasn't until he saw the play kind of develop and Werenski line up the pass that's when he started back skating.
You like that 3-on-3 to decide it?
No, it's awful. Yeah, it's fun to watch, but not in the gold medal game.
There are a lot of guys like Bernie Federko, former players, who hate it just during the NHL regular season because it's not, quote, real hockey. It is amazing, all the discussion. We finally passed up Canada. It's the U.S.'s time. Canada's in panic mode now. How come we can't win? And if one of those shots goes past Hellebuck, nobody's talking about any of that.
Yeah, the Taves one, and then especially the McKernan one. And listen, I'm not here to poke at McKernan. He's one of the best players in the world. But, between that and then hesitating on that loose puck, like a couple big glaring mistakes by McKernan cost Canada the game.
And then he came out and said that Canada outplayed them.
Yeah, and that's how...
And they may have.
That's how the strong-minded...
Anybody just could see who the better team was.
Right.
Which is essentially, because they certainly, if they had the better team, they wouldn't have lost and outplayed them.
Right, I heard your point yesterday, Tim. Like, he's kind of contradicting himself a little bit. Yeah, so, we've all run into the athletes who strong-minded, strong-willed, believe they should win. They do everything they can to win. When it doesn't happen, you come out with something that didn't really come out very well.
Multiple questions have come in. I guess it's because of what we saw with the U.S. gold medal run, not asking about Matthew Tkachuk, but asking about Brady Tkachuk. I know that's something that you have been tending to for a while now, so those have been restarted in our text inbox. I'll just sum it up. What are the chances of that?
Yeah, it's tough because, 2 or 3 times now, Brady has been linked to the Blues and or, trade speculation. And each time the Senators have come out and said, look, we're not doing it. And I understand it's their job to do that, to put that stuff out. But I really do think they want to keep him. I think when this story is told, at the end of the day, it's going to be, did Brady want to leave Ottawa? And if he does, and he sees that they're not going to be able to put themselves in Stanley Cup contention, next couple of years, he's going to make it known, I'm sure, privately that he wants to move on, and they'll look for a deal. So, whether it's St. Louis or somewhere, it's too soon to say anything about that. But, if the Blues weren't interested, they'd be silly.
If Master is going to go on a hunger strike, I pray that the Blues keep Jordan Kyrou. Maybe Karen and Clayton will join the strike, and we can knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. Doug, that's from the old Appleton stepdad, and it's a beautiful morning in old Appleton.
Oh, I don't think we want to lose 2 of our listeners that way.
He'd be down to 2.
Yeah, exactly. Had to cut us in half. Let's see. The Tkachuks don't want to play in St. Louis. That's from the 618, who has texted that in 5 times, Doug. Is that enough for an appliance?
During Big Walt's visit, he was texting in.
Yeah.
Matthew and Brady,
you know,
don't love St. Louis.
You do wonder, and I don't want to put words in either one of their mouths, but when I talked to Matthew a couple days after he decided to go to Florida, I said, hey, listen, it could have very well winded up where you were here in St. Louis. What do you think about the fact that it didn't and you're going to Florida? And he said, let's just say it worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot to it. I think, big fish in a small pond, hometown, can't go out the door, those types of things. It's not that way for him in Florida. And look, he's walking out of a $6 million house and jumping on a golf cart and driving it down to practice. Like, that's what his life is. And, would Brady think the same way? They're obviously super tight and talk a lot, so maybe they would think that way.
And Armstrong has answered this several times in many platforms, I'm sure, but he said our offer, which was more prospect and draft pick driven, was different than Florida's, which offered, what does Strick call it, Doug? A hockey trade.
Yes. I don't care for that.
Florida was offering more player ready, guys who could get on the ice and play. What the Blues were able to put together, the package, in other words, is one of the reasons that Armstrong feels it didn't happen.
Yeah, and I've heard various different packages, and I'm not here to criticize the Blues for not getting the deal done, but you would think, that a player like Matthew doesn't come around often on the trade market.
Find a way.
Unique circumstances, and you say, okay, not name the price, but what is the price, and we're going to go right to it and maybe exceed it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that too. Okay, what could you have done? What is your puke point, as Mike Gersh would say with he and Mo, that you go way above and beyond? Maybe in that scenario, you find a way, because man, that would have been, for him, it's not only at the time it seemed like a great move for Matthew, and then now the way it's played out, unbelievable.
Huberdeau, 115 points, right, the year before. So you're right, that package that they got at the time, even though it hasn't worked out for Calgary, was a big deal.
The Tkachuks don't want to play in St. Louis, you morons. So stop kissing Matthew Tkachuk's ass.
Stop yelling
at
us.
That's from the 618, Doug, and he's back. And
I don't like to be yelled at.
Texting it in. So if somebody doesn't want to play in St. Louis, then we cannot be complimentary of their accomplishments, winning 2 Stanley Cups and a gold medal.
I
just want to follow the logic.
Yeah. Well, right now, with the Blues being down, you wouldn't think that it's a real prize landing spot for a lot of players. But things change so fast in the NHL. Florida wins it 2 years in a row. They're in last place this year. Toronto was a great team last year, having a horrible year. Winnipeg having a horrible year. Why does it change so quickly, do you think, in the league?
Yeah, it does. I think a couple of things. You get a generational player in the draft, like Bedard, and then all of a sudden Chicago's a place to go. Like, veterans want to go there and play with Bedard and know that that's going to be upcoming. And when you get a player like that, that's when general managers start to say, okay, we need to start bringing in some talent to play around him. So I think that does it. Like, if the Blues finish at the bottom and get one of these top 2 players, a Stenberg or a Gavin McKenna, I mean, that could be the situation here. St. Louis always just fights what Doug Armstrong and those guys have talked about in the past is, trying to bring free agents here. It's tough. Like, St. Louis, unless you're listening to the alumni, is a tough place to sell in terms of bringing that kind of talent here to St. Louis. So you have to build the team, and it takes those generational type players to kind of attract guys.
I never thought about that with Winnipeg till last year, Blues playing them in the playoffs, where you're like, yeah, that's a really good team, and they've been really good for a while. And they said the problem is they can't add on because nobody wants to move there.
Yeah.
And so then that leads to something that we did talk a little bit about after Florida won the Cup. And then you also look at the run that the Lightning had leading into the Panthers run. Is that going to continue to be a dominant state for the game? Number 1, taxes. Number 2, that's where guys want to live during the winter.
Yeah.
And that's an attractive thing.
Yeah, I can't remember what the percentage was, but we just had, I know, Doug, you like the polls.
Yeah, he loves Gallup polls.
Gallup polls at the Athletic, the lists, the polls. And, yeah, we asked that question to the players and asked them, does that matter when you're deciding on where you're going and what the contract is? And at least the Blues players that I polled anonymously said, oh, heck yeah, it matters. So, Tim, Florida could be right there in the hunt for a third one if it weren't for all the injuries they've had this year. So obviously it doesn't look like it's going to happen, but they could be, and Tampa's been terrific.
JR with us here. He's brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark is online at evergreen-ws.com, and he is getting ready for the final stretch before the trade deadline next week, and then the Blues landing the plane on what has been a stunningly poor campaign. I mean, the hottest team in the NHL from the start of the 2024 season and then winning the President's Trophy is the only team below them in the central standings, and the Blues are the hottest team, or one of the hottest teams, going into the Stanley Cup playoffs. And Doug, there they are, the Winnipeg Jets and the St. Louis Blues, both with the 2 goaltenders in the gold medal game at the bottom of the standings. What the hell happened?
I don't know. It just turns around so quickly. It really does. I don't know what the hell happened, to answer your question. I don't know. I don't know what the hell happened here.
Fair question.
But he knows John Auble was on the beat-off beat.
Yeah.
Oh, watch it.
Yeah, that's right. It was not Newsbeat. It was a news show that Doug was throwing out there as a possibility. I enjoyed Monty the other day was giving his grades, his Olympic grades. And he said, okay, didn't see him play much. Son had a game during that one. But it was kind of funny. Walk through everybody's performances, Parayko and Binnington. Those guys, I think, probably back today. But you think Parayko suits up tomorrow, or maybe get an
Yeah, it's a good
day?
question. So Blues are on the ice at 11.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, they
but
weren't
just-
here till today probably, so we'll see what's up with practice. But yeah, when I get out of here, guys, I listened all week last week to the show, but I think I missed the Wynn and Jordan Walker interviews. So I'm going to go back and podcast those.
God, no.
Coming from inside the house now. Oh, boy.
I promised a Molina visit. We got it. Benji was there.
That's right.
Jackson, would you like to defend yourself?
Jax, I love you.
No, it was incompetence on my end.
I'm not going to get a phone call next week.
Yeah, you've been bumped.
JR, always appreciate the time, brother.
Thanks, Mark.
There it is. That's Jeremy Rutherford, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And we always enjoy the 2-part questions here on Wednesdays on the morning after. PolosPlus.com dossier. Ryan Luechtefeld, former Billiken, coming up at 9:30. He is a friend of the presentation. And then at 9:45, we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Oh, my. A little perspective for you here, huh? Okay, that's enough hockey talk. Some big tough, and he was not happy with the segment.
And Bob Wagon early on said no basketball
No college
talk.
basketball talk.
Yeah, we're kind of whittling it down.
Well, that's unfortunate. You're just
Talk Beatles.
Very, very difficult here on the program. You can email in with your expressions of distaste for the show the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, mypolosplus.com dossier, 11 o'clock, Doug, maybe 11:05, I don't know.
I don't either.
Riz, Stalter, and myself will do the spread zone. And then at about 12, Jackson?
Sure.
We'll do QFTA.
Yeah.
First time in a couple weeks.
Yep.
And so you're starting at 12, and Jackson issued a cutoff of 3.
Yeah, I'd like
Good
to go
Lord,
to. I'd
Doug.
like to go to 4. I think people want it to be 4 hours. I think that's kind of the sweet spot. We've gone 8 hours before, and people said that was a little too long.
How much do you have to say?
I want to hear the phone call when Tim calls his wife. She said, "Can you grab the kids today?" Honey, I'm doing QFTA.
I'm doing QFTA.
She says, "But you started at noon."
God almighty.
What are you, Ted Koppel, just going over the break?
You can email in your questions for QFTA or a tax. There's still $1,000 out there for hate mail if it can get me upset. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. I'll Venmo it to you. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up at approximately 12 on the TMA STL YouTube channel and the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Happy Wednesday, guys, and have a nice afternoon. That's from Lisa.
Oh,
That's a nice sentiment. That makes me feel
use
better.
some more of that.
How about that, Jackson?
She's a gem.
See? Just tuning in now. Sorry if it wasn't mentioned yet. JR, is Otto Stenberg coming back for the team for tomorrow's game? And what's your favorite dipping condiment for fries? Doug, you can answer those questions, I guess, even though JR has just walked out of the facility.
He'll come back if he's ready. And ketchup.
You ever put ranch on your fries?
No.
Kids kind of do that.
Yeah, no. It's wrong.
What about barbecue sauce?
I might do that if I'm feeling, a little rogue.
Ketchup is damn near the only choice, in my opinion.
Kind of has to be Heinz, too. There's something about ketchup. If you get a knockoff ketchup, it's not the same. There's so many other, you can get away with a knockoff in a lot of areas, not ketchup.
So it sounds like you're getting paid by both the Billikens and Heinz.
I'll be wearing my Heinz hoodie.
Yeah, I
the
see
Billikens
that.
Duquesne game on Saturday, which is on the 2 Fox. I kind of pumped up the fact we had the game on Channel 11 last night. That didn't work out so well, so I'll just leave it be. That Saturday's game is available. Oh, and I mentioned this off air to you guys. I can't believe this wasn't the lead on this show. We like logistics.
Yeah.
The broadcast team last night, ESPN Plus, it was also on FanDuel, on CW11, was a husband and wife.
Unbelievable. I was in shock when you told us.
Because they did the introduction, and they had the same last name. I believe the woman's was hyphenated. But then they called the game, and they did a decent job. It's not a great broadcast. It's not, the technical side of it. But you got to see the game. Fair enough. They maybe are a little bit younger, the broadcast duo. But there really isn't a comp. You don't have, everybody, Jim Nance here, Broncos, Patriots, AFC Championship, and now here's my wife, Sally, to break it down. Like you just
Sally
don't.
Nance.
Now, the gentleman did not introduce his wife, but I texted the dish, and I said, are they brother and sister? Are they married? He goes, no, they're a married couple. I'm like, I don't know if I've ever heard of that.
No, I remember
calling the game.
Dick Stockton was married to Leslie Visser.
Yeah.
But she wasn't an analyst. She was a sideline reporter. I don't know if they did games together or not, but that's about the closest thing.
If they were to unfortunately split up, would they keep that team together?
It's a nice question. It's a nice question. By the way, Chairman Kurt, did you invite JR to your dog's birthday party at your parents' house?
You heard that?
No, JR go when you were out doing the podcast. He goes, "Hey, you guys going to Chairman Kurt's dog's birthday party at his parents' house?"
Kind of awkward since we weren't invited.
Well, I know the party the party's in Imperial. I know JR is a proud Imperialian.
Yep,
imperialist.
And so I figured that might be something he may swing by. I know, Tim, I wasn't going to bother you with that.
Yeah.
Doug, you're anti-dog.
Anti-dog?
No,
I
that's
love
Jackson.
my dog.
Jackson.
Yeah, Doug loves his dog.
Doug's.
You just didn't like the promiscuity of tinsel.
Oh, she was a slut.
Your
Dog came home
dog.
pregnant 2 or 3 times.
But everybody in this
With
room
unknown
is
Johns.
more than welcome to come. I'm baking him a dog cake.
No.
Dog cake. What was that from Mike Francesa?
No.
Jackson's out.
Okay, so
Martin, it looks like it's all on you.
So I haven't been eliminated from this guest list yet.
Think you can make a story out of it?
Will there be food?
Oh, please make a story out of it. What's that, Doug?
Will there be food?
I can come up with some eatins.
Okay.
Is it going to be a party with no food?
Wow, what a great invite.
An Imperial?
Well, I need to know the guest
Bring
list
your own
before I start
food.
figuring out the food.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. You got to get size.
So there really is a birthday party for the dog?
It's a party might be a little bit of a strong word. We are gathering to celebrate 12 years of Monty today.
12 years.
12 years of Monty. Huh. And what's that in dog years? What's the math on
84.
that? 84. 84, Bill. 7 years, huh?
Wow.
Yeah, that's getting pretty. It's a larger dog, too, right?
Yeah. He takes after his dad.
Wow. Oh, for heaven's sake.
So JR was invited, Tim. None of us were.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of tension in the
Now it's too
Stiefel
late.
studios.
Now, even though I want to go, now out of protest, I'll turn down.
You're hurt.
I kind of got the vibe that some of you didn't cross over into the Jefferson County territories.
Okay.
That's at Kenny Wallace's house. Is that?
It's not far from there at all,
Okay.
actually.
Okay.
Come on by.
How big
they're
is
not
Imperial?
impressed that you are having a birthday party for your dog in the Air
Shocker.
Comfort Service text inbox. I'm shocked that KG is single. That's from the mayor of Burkesville. Tim must strictly hire people from the circus to work for him. There is no other explanation. That's from Stephen Time. He is of the brothers' time.
Circus?
God, dog people really are the worst. A party for a dog, touch a naked woman once. That's from Beer Cats Doug, and he enjoys Hot Wife Autumn. Is that right?
I believe so. She's down in
Hearing it
Crystal
out, home
City.
slice with the dice. What?
Sharon and Clayton is in, though.
I figured
she'd like to go.
She's a proponent of my relationship with my dog.
Chairman, I'd totally crash and bring gifts and food if I were in town. Celebrate that worthy pooch. Happy birthday, Monty. That's Sharon and Clayton. Look at that.
Yeah.
Are you in an alliance now with Sharon and Harrison's brother Master?
Harrison's brother Master, absolutely not. But I've always been a fan of
correct
Sharon.
answer.
She's always been on my side.
Well, she's going to miss the party, though. Doggone it.
I'll FaceTime her in.
Okay.
Why don't you just send me a couple of clips after the fact?
Oh, yeah, we're gonna have a camera crew. And,
You getting the dog a present?
no, I give him everything he needs on the daily, just the cake.
Okay.
I barely celebrate my kid's birthday. Who throws a birthday party for a dog? Doug, that's from old Dusty Spunk.
There's just so much unhappiness out there. I can't believe it. I mean, it makes me happy, and that upsets
It makes
them.
you happy that they are sad.
No, my relationship with my son, dog, makes me happy. They don't like that. They just don't want to see anybody else happy.
Well, who's your daddy? Said, what time's the party, Chairman? I'll swing by with his pup.
How about that?
Now people want to swing by.
Who was this?
Who's your daddy?
Are you doing some text inbox history to check?
I think he's would be okay.
His last text said, didn't realize Martin was a ketchup elitist. It's true.
Heinz only.
People don't understand when your text comes in, the previous 8 to 10 texts are usually visible unless you like to write paragraphs at a time. And somebody wrote something in yesterday and I see it and my eyes go up about 8 previous texts and it says, Martin, you're a tool. But it was from last Tuesday or Wednesday. So I don't get the reference point, but I was intrigued.
I can't stand this team. They got no balls. Okay? I want teams with balls. I want guys with balls.
Can't you just imagine what that guy looks like? You know exactly what he looks like, right?
He's probably a little shorter than me. Probably weighs about $140. Probably he's got his hair dyed jet black, about 68, and sitting in a house. What do you think, Queens? You think that's in Queens?
He's got like a horse racing slip in his hand, checking the.
Remember that guy who got all mad about being short at the bagel place and started yelling at the ladies? I imagine that.
That's who it was again.
I want to check back on our guy. Who was yesterday? It was like Sexero.
Oh, yeah. There was more, but I found it during the Missouri game, and I didn't want to send stuff over to the papers during the Missouri game.
The Canadian Shapiro, who was really upset, and then told his sidekick, hold on, let me finish. Pipe down.
Man, I like that. Let's see. Self-made Stay-at-home Ladue mom, who I thought was in an alliance with Sharon and Clayton Harrison's brother Master, clearly is not any longer. God, Sharon sucks. That's from the self-made Stay-at-home Ladue mom. And then Sharon says, dogs are 1 billion times more worthy of a party than any bratty kid. I said what I said.
Oh,
that's Sharon and Clayton.
That is lunacy.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com is where you can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. We get back into the Billiken loss last night with Ryan Luechtefeld coming up in the next segment. The former Billiken and friend of the show joins us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That's the polosplus.com dossier. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Roof Restore is a locally owned business with decades of experience in the roofing business. Roof Restore treats and maintains existing asphalt shingled roofs, adding up to 15 years to the life of your existing roof at a tiny fraction of the cost of a roof replacement. So how can you find out more about Roof Restore? You go to notanewroof.com. That's notanewroof.com. Or you are welcome to call them at 314-279 Roof. For many Americans, your largest asset is your home, but then your biggest exposure is if you have a need for a new roof. Well, now you can take care of it, and you can do it at a fraction of the cost of replacing your aging roof. That's notanewroof.com, where you turn down for a new roof by your insurance company. See if Roof Restore can bring your existing roof back to like-new appearance and performance at a fraction of the cost of replacing it. Visit notanewroof.com or call 314-279-ROOF today to see if your roof is a candidate, and save your roof and save your money. It is the morning after. It is 101 ESPN. It is the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers in full celebration mode because of T.O. Barrett leading the Tigers to a win. And he has not announced Missouri moving ahead of St. Louis University in his rankings. He says it's still a tie.
Still a tie, yeah.
I think that's being generous.
You don't want to overreact.
But that's the thing. It's like a week ago, Doug, we were talking. You said that SLU is in a much better position.
Well, rankings change all the time, my friend.
They do. They do. But you got to still pay attention to the body of work, not just, one drop. Dennis Gates said it himself last week. It's never as good as it seems, and it's never as bad as it seems.
He's quoting the Colonel right there.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what Ryan Luechtefeld thinks. Friend of the program, Martin. And he is a member of the Billikens and regular at the game. Played there in the 1990s and joins us right now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines to get his perspective on what took place last night. Morning, Ryan.
Good morning. I appreciate Jackson saying that about it's not as bad as it seems, because it sure as hell seems pretty bad right now.
Oh, how about that?
It was rough last night.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think is going on right now?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of teams, I guess, go through this. I mean, other teams make adjustments. And SLU plays one way. I shouldn't say they play one way, but they play a unique way with the amount of threes that they take and the way they run their offense. And for the first, 2/3 of the season, people couldn't figure that out. And it seems like recently teams have figured out maybe a way to combat that, and it hasn't gone well. And I'm sure SLU will make adjustments and come back strong, but it sure as heck didn't look good last night.
I know coaches don't like to mix up their lineups too much. You don't want to look like you're panicking either, but we talked about it earlier with what Thames is able to do, which is to get to the rim, and if they're going to extend their D to the perimeter, I wonder, do you think they would entertain the thought of starting him?
Well, they did it in the second half last night. It's certainly something, if teams are going to do that, him, Deion Brown, Quentin Jones, like people that can get to the rim should have a clear lane to the rim. And that was evident in the second half of what Thames did. I know Quentin Jones had a great drive to the rim where he dunked on somebody. And maybe that's the adjustment, I mean, in the second half, they were better last night than they were in the first half. So maybe some adjustments were made, and then other teams will have to adjust to that, and maybe that opens up the three-point line for Sharma and Trey and Brady Dunlap again. Who knows?
Ryan Luechtefeld, our guest here on TMA. Do you think it is time for Thames to be in the starting lineup to ideally prevent these slow starts that we've seen as of late?
Oh, he certainly gives a spark. I mean, I would say more people think of him as the most exciting player in that team than anybody else. And something, the slow starts are, I think it's 5 out of the last 8 games where they were losing at halftime. So I'm sure they're thinking of everything right now. Not that it's panic mode, but it's getting close to panic mode. I mean, there's only 3 games left, and I don't know how many more of those you can lose and still be in the tournament. So
seems like they have an issue stopping the other team's big man too. Letang ate him up last night. What are they going to do to combat that? To stop a 7-footer inside?
I mean, they don't have the guy that can do that. That can really just stop him. You gotta get ball pressure, and they've been good with that. That was like when I played, and way back in the day, when the ball went inside, Spoonhour was mad at the guard, not the guy guarding the guy inside, because it's that ball pressure that makes that pass tougher, makes the big catch it where they can't do something with it. So when you're not big, and SLU's not big, that's what you have to do. The guards have to make that pass a lot tougher so it doesn't get to where it needs to get for that big on the other team to score last night and get fouled.
All right, it's a little negative right now. Let's go back over the last month or 2 months. How much fun has this ride been? How much reconnecting with former players have you had going on? Because I feel like it's engaged really the whole fan base.
Yeah, and even people that weren't fans before. I mean, I know one of them that's sitting right there with you that's become a fan that I see at all the games.
What are you talking about there?
I think you.
What?
Kurt's dog?
So no, it's certainly fun. The buzz, you walk around, you go to the gym, you go wherever it is, and it's certainly one of the first things people want to talk about. it's always been one of the first things I want to talk about. So if somebody wants to engage me about that, I'm all for it.
I'm curious. We asked Chris May this when he was in studio a couple weeks ago. I mean, the team in 2014, right, was a 5 seed. Am I right? I always feel like I messed
And then they
that
got
up.
nicked by Oregon. No, they were a 4 and Oregon beat the 5
That's right.
as a 12.
That's right. That's what it was. And maybe I'm missing it here, and I'm curious if you can take yourself back 12 years, but I don't feel like that team captured the market like this team. Number one, do you agree with that premise? And then number two, if so, why do you think that is?
I think it's a couple of things. I don't disagree. I think what you said is dead on. When you're no matter who you played in that team, the A-10 was a better conference back then than it is today. But this team, to go on the run that they did, to be whatever it was, 24-1, that catches people's attention no matter what schedule you play. I also think Coach Schertz has a big say in that. I mean, the guy's as likable as can be. I think, Tim, you and I talked about this. Like he almost combines the basketball knowledge of a Rick Majerus with the personality of a Charlie Spoonhour, and that's a good combination. So I think that's a big part of it as well. And then the way they play. Those teams were great, but they didn't play like this team does. The uniqueness, the just scoring in bunches, that's exciting to people. So, yes, I would agree that this team caught people's attention more than those teams back then.
You say the A-10 isn't as strong as it used to be. Do you think it's time for the Billikens to try hard to get to the Big East or some other conference?
Well, I don't. I think I don't have any inside scoop on that, but I think they've been trying hard. I think that's been brought up before. I think they'd love that to happen. And I think, like I said, I don't have any inside knowledge on that, but I mean, it's something you got to look into. No offense to the Duquesnes of the world, but if UConn is coming in here, people are a heck of a lot more excited.
Or Marquette.
Of course, Marquette. Nice win over Georgetown last night,
Yeah,
Martin.
big first road win of the season, and it's almost March. Not a good sign. Were you Great Midwest, your era there, or were you Conference USA?
We were Conference USA, which I think started like my first year, like Highmark and H. Wellman and Claggett. I think they were probably 2 years or maybe 3 years in Great Midwest, 1 year in Conference USA, and then we were Conference USA through.
Yeah, Clags is still the all-time leading scorer in the Great Midwest, which will never be broken because the league is gone. You and Larry Hughes went to the tournament in '98. Did you beat UMass in that first game?
We did, and then we got nicked by Kentucky in the second game.
Oh,
was that like a 1-point loss, 2-point loss?
How embarrassing!
Kentucky. It was not close. I think I told somebody this the other day. I remember before that game, I'm sitting there, it's like, why not us? Why not us? Let's shock the world. Why not us? And it took about 2 minutes to figure out why not us.
Daggum, luck for you. Why not us? Look over there. That's why. Look at those guys down there.
Those guys are better than we are. That's why.
And it's a rule, if you're from Oakville, you're named Luechtefeld, you have to go to St. Louis U and play basketball. Is that correct? State law?
It's been so far, yeah. But it's been a while since one of us has been there.
Dad and brother, because it was halftime of the Dayton game. They brought out all the former players that were there. And it was, I believe, right, your dad, your brother, the whole crew.
My dad, my uncle, my brother, my sister, and myself. All
How about that, Doug? How about that family tree? We've got Oakville Love coming in here fast and furious. Beer Cats, Doug, as you know, proud native.
Yeah, he's from there.
He's got a 2-part question here for you, Ryan. I don't know if you're taking them. Who wins between SLU and Mizzou? Whoopi Burkett thinks Mizzou would mop your squad. And part 2, Oakville at Sparta tonight. Who you got, Doug? There it is. That's a 2-parter for Ryan Luechtefeld.
Boy, these are both questions that I'm sure everybody wants to hear me discuss.
I was going to bring up the Dairy Queen there at the Oakville exit.
Oh, is there a good Dairy Queen?
Yeah.
I like Brazier's.
You go to the hen house even, Martin?
Yeah, the hen house. You and I have discussed the hen house.
There's a hen house over there? Pony.
There used to be.
Nice.
There used to be. No, the SLU Mizzou thing, I mean, the last couple of games has not spoken well for this. My thought was, I watched the Mizzou Texas A&M game, and because that Texas A&M plays a lot like SLU, if I'm not mistaken, right? And I thought SLU was a better version of Texas A&M, so therefore I thought SLU was better than Mizzou. Now, the last week or two, maybe I'm wrong in that assessment, but we'll probably won't find out who's better. I could say that.
Yeah.
A lot of it just comes down to who's hitting the shots. I mean, a team looks pretty good when they're launching threes and making them, and they look pretty hapless when they don't go in.
No, 100%. My dad always said that. He's like, man, offenses look very, very good when the shot goes in. When it doesn't go in, you can do the exact same thing, and the coach is an idiot if it doesn't go in.
Nature of the beast. I would imagine they will still have a big crowd as only 2 home games remain Saturday night. Duquesne and then Loyola for senior night. Then they wrap things up at George Mason. He's still planning on going to Pittsburgh for the A10.
Still planning on it. Don't have tickets yet, but still planning on it. The last week has been frustrating, though. But, yeah, we're still planning on it. Even my father, my 85-year-old father, might go, which would be fantastic.
Nice.
So, yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I'm not 100%, but still planning on it.
Ryan Luechtefeld, former Billiken, friend of the program, giving us his perspective on the state of things here for the Billikens following last night's loss, but still in the top 25 in the NCAA net rankings. Ryan, appreciate the time, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys, and have a good day, and roll Bills.
There he is. That's Ryan Luechtefeld with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective. Jackie Papers, do you want to respond? I mean, you were called Whoopi Burkett by Beer Cats. Any other?
Look, he was clearly never seen Ghost. It's a fantastic performance from Whoopi Goldberg. But
Figured you'd like her.
Well, you know, people like what they like.
Sister Act or Sister Act T?
Sister Act's fun. Yeah.
Sister Act's fun.
But I never said that Mizzou would mop the floor. I've actually said the opposite. I've said that I think any given night either team could win. I think they played 10 times. It might go 5-5.
And Tim called it a quiche party?
Yeah, Lorraine.
I mean, yeah, it might be like it's sounding like I'm being safe, but that's my honest assessment of both teams.
The Billikens matched their season low of 5 3-pointers and shot their lowest percentage of the season beyond the arc. To get to 5, they needed 2 from Deion Brown and 1 from Thames. Not usually your sources, no. Martin. The open look slew typically creates were taken away by Dayton. It was the first game this season that Green, Sharma, Dunlap, and Jones were unable to make a single 3-pointer. So that was the business model that Anthony Grant challenged his team to enact last night on defense, and to their credit, the Dayton Flyers were able to do it. And so the volume wasn't there, and therefore the makes weren't there, and you saw the problem they get into. I'll be curious to see if Thames is in the starting lineup on Saturday. That's something that I will be curious to see. I think that could be a way to make an adjustment because he forces defenses to collapse and guard the basket, and that would create the open looks. But Josh Schertz has had to have a reason for not having him in there to start. But McCautry's been struggling, too.
I mean, I feel like it started because of his minutes being managed.
But then he was out there 28 minutes last
No,
week.
I know, but I feel like that's how it evolved this year. Like, coming off of last year, we had the cramping issue. He couldn't play. And then they kind of wanted to manage his minutes, so then it became a thing. He's a spark off the bench. He's the perfect guy to bring in. So it kind of like decided itself because I think they wanted to manage his minutes. Whereas now, like you said, 28 minutes last night, he's at a point where he seems to be able to do bigger minutes. So you know what I mean? At the beginning there, it just kind of happened because of circumstance.
And let's utilize the opportunity, specifically against Loyola. It should be this way against Duquesne, although Duquesne's picked them off, some teams off, and they challenged St. Louis University when they were up in Pittsburgh to see what that does. If you're trying to counter the slow starts, I'll be curious if they do that on Saturday.
Yeah, another trend I've seen over the past couple of games, especially last night, is the ease in which teams are getting into the paint at the point of attack. Like just really probing easily, getting to their spots. Like SLU last night was working their damnedest just to get a decent look. Meanwhile, Dayton had their choice of looks often. Am I just going to take this little 12-foot jumper or am I going to kick it out? And whether that's drop covered and screens, it's getting too into the weeds. But they got to be more aggressive at the perimeter because the other teams are doing exactly that. They're as soon as SLU catches the ball, they're right in their grill. Set a ball screen.
Do you hate the fact that the mid-range is just not even an option? Or do you think teams don't even practice anymore?
I don't.
Like when they do have a shot
I
from
slightly
10
disagree with your premise. There's a lot of guys who are really, really effective
Yeah,
at the
I've never
mid-range.
seen somebody so angry.
It's
But
just
the
a lot of
Billikens almost seem like, oh no, I have to shoot it from 10 feet.
It looks weird when they do it. Even.
Well, I did because it's not their model. I feel like they're almost in shock when they get a shot from 10 to 12 feet.
And they missed a number of them last night.
right. Well, Schertz has he even said last night, he's like, we took too many middies, as he calls them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They hate
But that's
it
not
so
their
much.
model. It's
I
because it's
know,
an
but-
inefficient shot.
But there are going to be times in the game when you have an open 10-footer.
But then that goes back to what I think is the root of what has taken place over the last number of games, which is defenses are taking away the three. And then if you don't have Thames out there, then you don't have somebody who is truly a threat to make a move to the basket. And now, by the way, if you disagree with this, please say so.
That's the issue right now, and they've circumvented that in the past by turning defense into offense and being quick in transition, getting steals. They haven't been able to do that. So if they're always going to be in the half court and teams are taking away the three, heavy ball pressure on the perimeter, they got to figure out a different way to score. And they've also done great with back cutting. Teams have gotten wise to that, and they're dropping on cuts. They just have put too much on tape where it's very similar. They got to throw a change up in some way.
How about this from Grady? Boys, Papers is having a good show. He's talking real effing hoop rock.
Okay.
That's Grady.
All right.
Shout out to Grady. You think it's Grady Sizemore?
I could see that.
I don't think it is.
He's a pretty good outfielder for the
Did he manage for a little while?
Indians.
Yo! Wow, that just blew up a good show.
No.
Have fun on your notes
Now take
apology.
some time away.
Another notes apology.
I'll run the board 10 o'clock hour. You take some time away.
Martin Kwame Voyukas IV is back. He says Amari and Q both can get to the rim at a high clip. They've been missing a ton of bunnies lately.
That's the thing with McCoskey. That's pretty frustrating when you're watching. It's the $100 move, Doug, 10-cent finish.
Oh, Grady had to love that.
It's just like
What a show you're having today.
get to the
really.
thing.
I just wish you'd stop yelling at us.
Thanks. It was maybe the first time in a long time that I'd seen Kellen Thames take a three. So interesting looking Jay.
Yeah, it's a weird shot.
Not his thing.
Yeah,
For as good a player he is, to not have a really good jump shot's weird.
If he had a jump shot, he'd probably be playing in the Power 5.
He is flat out uncomfortable at the free throw line.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, it's like he falls forward. The miss is not the back iron. It is the low side of the front end of the rim.
Yeah, and that's a mental thing. Any college basketball player has the physical tools to knock down a free throw pretty much every time. When they don't, it's mental.
He had 5 out of 7 last night. They actually shot free throws very well
Last night, they were great at free throws.
Yeah.
That was not the issue last night. All right, your thoughts are welcome for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, which is coming up next. It is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Magic edged out the Lakers last night, 110-109. Paolo Banchero with 36 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, I want to do a thing with you. Puts in perspective, doesn't it?
Well, kind of. Is this Will Ferrell?
Yeah, Jackie Moon.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and a gentleman by the name of Jackie Papers with you, bringing us back with Jackie Moon. Steven Time gives that a 3.6 out of 10 Sports Center update. Doc, 3 points for the NBA mention.
Oh, sorry. Pilo.
At the 9 o'clock hour, your NBA window. And this kind of when you get into the NBA. Now, you don't
I just
do
kind
it.
of feel it out.
You don't do it early because you don't want to poke the bear.
I clearly have no issue doing that.
Okay. Yeah, Kwame Voyukas, the fourth, would agree with that. Thames had an offer from Mizzou. Bad take, Jackson. That's Kwame Voyukas, the fourth.
Yeah, I just think if he had a legitimate jumper, he would be like a starter for even a team better than Mizzou. So,
based on some of these comments, you feel like some of the luster's off your great show you were having?
No, I don't care. I don't, you can't get too high, get too low.
No.
He's got a 3-hour QFTA coming up at about 12 o'clock.
Oh, gosh.
Why do you react like
It
that?
sounds
You go, oh, man.
soul-crushing.
What are we going to...
23 hours of people just writing questions and you answer them?
That's the idea.
And ideally erotic stories, but we haven't gotten one, at least from a woman, in 3 years.
I wouldn't
We've gotten
think so.
some from guys, but...
Yeah.
That's hot.
Yeah.
It's a lot of solo adventures, which I'm not saying isn't erotic.
Yeah, please. Thank you very much. Hey, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Don't forget, starting on Monday, March 2nd, Jason Gossrow and Schaefer Door Company are giving away a $5,000 garage door or garage doors, depending on if you're blessed, for the winner for the emailer of the month of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Let's get to today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Good morning. I'm not competing for email of the day. I'm just trying to get some brand recognition to our tourism department here in Edmondson, population 848. Elevation? Yes. Anyway, we can't all be like Martin and have deep-sea adventures clamming and foraging for fernberries in the Scottish Highlands. Say, is it like one of those college ski trips where the promoter gets a free trip after he signs up so many of his fraternity buddies? I remember
What
one of those.
Whatever happened?
Remember that? If so, mark me as down. 80s and Aspen aside, I was thinking as soon as Schertz leaves for Davidson or some other mid-major that actually wins in March, maybe SLU could hire Brian Grauer. I'm confident a former True Sun standout is the only way forward if SLU is to earn the sweepstakes to play Mizzou at Kiel Center again. Nothing against Schertz or SLU, but unless it's TMA night or the halftime event is Pine Lawn's Vietnam veteran Globetrotters dunking on Belnor Ribbon All-Stars over 75, I'm not much intrigued. Sincerely yours, this is Stan from Hazelwood, so I went to DeSmet.
Stan from Hazelwood, so he went to DeSmet.
If you're from Hazelwood, you go to DeSmet? I'd never...
Well, a lot of people will go to the private schools if they can,
But why DeSmet from Hazelwood?
Probably
you know
the
about
closest.
The pipeline? Is that right?
The closest.
Mercy and Rosary gone.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is that accurate, Jackson?
About Mercery and Rosary?
Mercery. Yeah, Luther North up there.
Sure. John Daly is kicking field goals.
That's right. Anyone else able to capitalize on the lesbianism in the air due to Team USA winning gold? Oh, I didn't know that was going on.
It wasn't.
Well,
maybe when the women's team won.
Yeah, me neither. I would have to imagine that all the hot 20-somethings would be definitely exploring their sexuality to celebrate Team USA. I know you ladies are listening to this show. Please reach out to me or Tim if you are ready to explore. That's from Haven't Seen My Ween Since 03.
Oh, I'm not going to repeat that because it'll get played back on a loop with me
no, I
saying
promise
it.
I won't.
Yes, you will.
Just say it.
I just promised.
Haven't seen it since 08, did he say?
03.
Yeah,
Since
the
03.
financial crisis.
Yeah, well, a lot of people are dealing with that.
Parties,
Truth time,
features.
boys. You just talk about Hardee's?
He was big on Hardee's futures.
Hardee's futures.
Yeah. Carl's.
Truth time, boys. I wasn't always balling this hard. I was once just O'Fallon, not yet christened Bro Fallon. No, once upon a time, I was a lanky, good-looking lad, lost in his early 20s, searching for meaning, searching for love, searching for purpose. The search took me to the far corners of the show me state. The love, it came in droves. Pretty ladies dug the lanky me. The purpose took some time. I thought it was pounding cheap beer till 3 a.m. and then bouncing back for work at 9. Well, it wasn't. Turns out it was selling meth mixed with ditchweed, a concoction I call Turbo.
Oh.
Turbo made the money, gave me the purpose and a deep meaning to this life. Was it legal? No. Did it benefit society? Not likely. Were people hurt physically or emotionally? Most definitely. But did it earn a lanky lad true baller status off the b-ball court and in the court of public opinion? Bro, you bet your ass it did. Doug, that's from Bro Fallon.
Okay. Bro Fallon.
What, you guys are too good for a guy's afternoon trip in the blazing St. Louis summer sun on the Becky Thatcher with hand stamps to ensure that everyone adheres to the 2-drink maximum? I was supposed to do card tricks for entertainment during Los Lonely Boys set breaks. There were prizes, like a men's small station T-shirt and tickets to the Missouri State Fair in Sedalia that same day. It was going to be a banger. There was going to be mini shrimp with cream cheese on a Ritz cracker and non-mustard potato salad and fresh RC Cola. Guess you guys were holding out for a guy's trip to the Smokies, but it looks like you overplayed your hand. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of the Festus Museum of Hook Shots, Diamonds Up.
Shooter McGavin.
Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The filtered file was tight today, Chairman Kurt. Filtered file was tight. Got to keep it inside the FCC regulations.
Well,
Doug.
sure.
We will vote, and we will announce the winner coming up at 10:55. Martin.
A little mini Blues breaking news.
What do we got?
Robert Thomas is going to take a temporary leave of absence from the Blues. It's a personal matter. He's expected back on Friday. Blues, of course, return Thursday night. Whether Thomas was going to play or not was sort of speculated this week, but personal matter, I'm told, has nothing to do with the deadline. It is not trade related. Simply a personal matter. Robert Thomas back with the team on Friday.
Okay, so he will not play tomorrow when the team comes back from break, and it has nothing to do with the trade deadline, Martin?
That is correct. And I think there was concern. That would be the speculation. We're told consistently that it is not trade related.
All right, there it is. Some Blues breaking news here on the program. Robert Thomas will not be back until Friday with a personal matter, but it does not have anything to do with the trade deadline. Martin Kilcoyne with that report here on 101 ESPN right before Martin heads to onboarding. And I think Heim will like the way you handled that.
Very efficient. Maybe I can skip onboarding.
Yeah, because of the way you got that out.
Don't do it.
Okay. I don't want to get behind.
Chairman Kurt, you just pulled some audio. Is this confirmed what we just...
I didn't go back and confirm
but
it.
Jackson, we were talking about it off air.
Looks
That's a fun
legit.
fact for no and tell. This will blow your mind regarding the U.S. gold medal and how it ties into 1980. That coming up in our Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt slides into the dais when Martin goes to onboarding. This is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Oh, my. Can you picture what's taking place when this music is playing in the 2004 film Miracle, Doug?
They're not just skating forever after a bad performance. I cannot. I've seen the movie a couple times, but I don't
Jackie
know
Papers,
exactly what
you
was happening.
own and operate a podcast called Movie Boy. 50-50 with Gareth?
It's mine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my podcast. Gareth just comes on a lot. Better talk to somebody than nobody.
So what's happening right when this music's playing?
I don't remember.
Well, don't snap at me.
Chairman Kurt, do you?
Is this when Coach Brooks dips down into the bowels of the arena and kind of quietly celebrates?
If I'm not mistaken, the music begins when he says, "Great moments are born from great opportunity." And it plays throughout and reaches a crescendo when all the boys get up there on that Olympic platform together, which they really did do in 1980, by the way. And this is the music at the outset?
But they wouldn't have done that after the win against Russia, right? They would have done it after the Finland game.
That's right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Great flick. Well, we've got a little clip here that is going to blow your mind. Tying in what took place Sunday to 1980. And Jackson, owner, proprietor, sole proprietor, by the way.
Right.
I was corrected. I thought it was a partnership, but it is not.
No.
Although if I'm Gareth, I'm asking for equity. That there was indeed a player cut right before the boys headed to Lake Placid in 1980. Doug, you want to guess what his name was?
Well, I have a feeling I know at this point. I don't want to ruin it for the audience.
Jack Hughes.
Right.
And this podcast here, this is a clip that was playing on, Doug, it's Dr. Locke's Instagram account. You ever follow Dr.?
No, I don't.
Jackson follows Bear Down and bets whatever Bear Down says.
He's been cold. I haven't bet him in a while. I'd do it.
Take a listen to this. Chairman Kurt, there was some profanity, but you were able to tend to the profanity.
Took care of it.
Because I'd have to explain that to my kids. Take a listen to some of the tie-ins here. It's going to blow your mind.
This has to be one of the most unbelievable things in sports history. What if I told you the Jack Hughes goal was 46 years in the making?
What if I told you that Jack Hughes was cut from Team USA?
This is insane. Now, Team USA wins gold on the 46th anniversary of the Miracle on Ice.
It's absolutely mind-blowing.
Everyone knows the movie Miracle. Look, you know Miracle?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what happens in the 51st minute of Miracle?
Something absolutely crazy.
Nothing to see here, just the boys practicing.
Just the boys out there getting ready for the Olympics.
Unbelievable movie.
Best movie of all time.
Now, right there, can you tell me the name that was just cut?
Did that say Jack Hughes?
Can you tell me the name on the tape of the locker being ripped off?
Jack Hughes.
Who was the man who scored the game-winning goal 46 years later?
Jack Hughes.
Jack Hughes. Oh. This is unbelievable. What in the Sim is this?
I could have swore this was AI.
They didn't cut Jack Hughes. They delayed Jack Hughes.
This all started with Jack Hughes and it ended with Jack Hughes.
Jack Hughes walked so Jack Hughes could run. If this doesn't give you full-body chills, I don't know what will.
Jack Hughes, born 1957, Somerville, Mass, played hockey at Harvard, came this close to winning gold. Jack Hughes, born in 2001, Olympic hero, gold medal winner.
Right out of Back to the Future.
It's unbelievable.
Doug, how about that? Are you getting full-body chills?
Well, not really.
I don't want to say it.
What?
To me, it's not that crazy.
Oh,
Jack is an unbelievably popular name. Hughes is a very popular name. Yeah, he's cut from the 1980s. A guy named Jack Hughes, no relation to the guy who actually scored on Sunday.
This guy thinks we're living in a sim now.
Again, like if it was a very unique name, I would maybe think like, oh, that's kind of crazy. But the name Jack is really common. Hughes is a pretty common surname.
I think you're off on this.
I think it's a cool little nugget. Full body chills.
But the combination of both names being exactly the same and having such a
I think it's cool.
I mean, if it was John Smith, it would still be crazy just because there's so few people that play for Olympic hockey.
I get that. Maybe I'm off.
I thought in the movie Ralph Cox was the last guy cut.
Yeah, Coxie.
And
he had a peach fuzz mustache.
I think so.
The video that goes with this is helpful too because they show the scene where they're ripping the tape off of the recently cut player's locker. So
I think it's cool. I think this podcast clip oversold it.
Gavin has a great voice.
I'm not denying the talent of the chops. I just maybe a little oversold.
Yeah, Jackson Hughes is a popular last name that people choose all the time.
I'm not saying anyone chose their last name. That's not really how it works. I'm just saying, like, to me, my mind is not sitting over here blown.
This dude really hates hockey. That's
no, it has nothing to do with hockey. It has nothing to do with hockey.
Boy, they are mad in the text inbox that you are not blown away.
But see, if I didn't say it, they would have been saying that by the text. They're only saying that in response to me.
How many Jack Hugheses do you know?
Well, 2.
That's from the 618.
2, right there.
Well, this guy says he knows 0.
Okay. Well, we just heard a clip about a guy who got cut from the 1980 team.
Add this to the list of evidence that Jackson is a true Marxist. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
This makes you a Marxist.
I guess. I would be curious if he could define Marxism. But I would say, like, if they were related, like if this was Jack Hughes' grandfather, that would be an incredible thing. But just because they have the same name, again, I'm not saying it isn't cool. I just thought it was oversold in that clip.
And wasn't Herb Brooks one of the last players cut, too?
That was in 60.
Yeah,
60.
Going back even
That was
farther.
in the Netflix special.
So
That's
the next
more interesting
Olympics,
than that.
next somebody named Herb Brooks will score the game-winning goal.
Sure. That would be...
Would that do it for you?
Yes, that would be more
Okay.
interesting to me. I don't know.
Jackson would be more impressed if the guy's last name was Maravich. It's from Manupal eligible.
Pistol Pete, yeah.
One of the greats of all time.
Sure. Again, a more unique surname than Hughes.
Yeah.
I'm with the Virgin. Those guys are Northeastern douchebags. Another flop by Kirk.
But I do.
That's the Chicken's prospecting party. So here's the background of the clip. Market President John Kiowski sent that clip to me and Riz, and I think Tommy Mattern. And then I looked at it, I go, is this accurate? And then I said, hey, put it in the system to Chairman Kurt. But he said, okay, I'll just shoot it on over there. I said, whoa. There are some words that we'd have to explain to our kids if it went out over these FCC airwaves. So Chairman Kurt, all he did was he edited out the profanity.
Nice going.
Thank you.
I did great, yeah.
I'm going to throw myself under the bus here a little bit. Really? I don't know if anybody else heard it. Could you hear TMA voices playing underneath it really low?
I heard something there at the end, but I didn't know what was going on.
Inside baseball, I think I had the pot in your booth turned down really low so I could still hear what was going on, and I don't think I could hear it while I was recording, but it picked up a little bit on there.
Q, baby, Q. Gotta go in Q.
Q, baby, Q.
Terrible take, Jackson. As punishment, you have to go to the dog birthday party. That's from Steve.
I think that's fair.
That would be, yeah. Drive south until you can't drive south no more. I'm not saying it wasn't a cool nugget. I think it is a cool nugget. I thought the clip oversold it. Like the Aerosmith song underneath. I mean, all right. Again, if it was like his grandfather, that would be unbelievable. This is another guy named Jack Hughes.
Yeah.
But do you think we're living in a sim?
I would be open to that, but this would not be the impetus for me thinking that.
Hughes is the 83rd most common last name in the U.S.
Is that really?
Interesting. I would have thought less than that. I would have thought like in the hundreds.
What's no Johnson or Smith?
Probably Smith.
Probably Smith, Johnson. Garcia's up there, actually.
Yeah, I bet it would be. How about Vaughn? Does that make the top 200, maybe?
What's your guess?
Oh, about 300.
Mount Rushmore of Vaughns?
600 to 700th, somewhere in there.
Yeah, gosh. How about McKernan?
1.
Yeah.
Oh, you said I just thought best.
Number 1, it's ranked.
It's not in the top 1,000.
See there?
That's why he's so unique.
Oh, gosh. Yes. Okay, and Burkett probably didn't make the list either.
Probably also in the thousands.
Garner, maybe. Garner might have been top
Garner.
600.
Garner.
442.
Oh, good for you.
I admire KG's ability to take accountability. other producers who shall not be named should take note. That's from Steven Time, and he's with the brothers Time. Ed, Steven.
Doug, I don't know if he's talking about me.
I actually learned accountability from Jackson, so it couldn't have been.
How about that?
I taught a symposium.
An accountability symposium. You're welcome to text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. You're welcome to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And it looks like they're discussing Marxism in there. That's the first
Glad I
comment I saw.
cultivated that.
Ryan Krause, 618, said, bro said Marxist like it's a slur. It's not going to play well.
No, I wasn't. But me challenging the Orson Woods Wacko to define it was not me championing the philosophy. I was just curious if he knew what it meant.
So you want the Orson Woods Wacko to call in and tell you what Marxism is?
No.
Okay.
No, that doesn't sound like a productive call at all.
But you are a fan of Karl Marx.
No, I'm not. No.
Doug, you are a fan of Seth Goldcamp.
Well, who isn't? If you've ever had a problem with your furnace or air conditioner, Seth Goldcamp and his crew at Design Air are the people that you're going to want to get in touch of. Maybe you've got a problem with your furnace. Maybe you don't, and you just want regular maintenance. That makes good sense. Seth Goldcamp and his family have been doing this since 1904. Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have certainly got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. You know what they like to say? Design Air brings the heat. That's what they like to say. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904. I've had them at my house. I didn't really get Larry the Silver Fox. I actually forget which one I got. It might have been the Bold and Daring Adam that I had. Could have been the Rugged Joe. Sometimes he brings Joey, sometimes not. They are home of the handsome repairman. More importantly, even than the looks of the repairman are the job that they will do to get your furnace up and running if you have any kind of problem. Furnace or airco, Design Air has got what you need to keep your home always comfortable. That's designairservice.com.
There you go. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day and our 10 o'clock hour here on TMA. Show broadcast from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel.
At TMA, we are very proud to have Stiefel as one of our sponsors for over 135 years. Stiefel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stiefel do? Pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, check. Banking through Stiefel Bank, yep, you own a business. They've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stiefel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stiefel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stiefel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank, and that independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE. Would have been a great show.
Still can be a great show.
Well, maybe. We got to find some Real Housewives first.
Sharon is the star. Without Sharon, we don't have a show.
I agree. Yeah.
Where can I listen to QFTA? YouTube.com/TMASTL or the Tim McKernan Show podcast. And that's in the TMA podcast feed, Jackson?
Well, it's in the same family. It's a different feed.
God,
Well, if you go to the TMA podcast feed on Apple, you are not going to see the Tim McKernan Show. But if you type in Tim McKernan Show, it would also be in the suggested podcast right under the TMA feed.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
You subscribe to The Morning After.
Right.
As millions have throughout this land of ours.
Yeah.
Do you get the Tim McKernan Show podcast?
Not directly.
I can't.
I can't get a straight answer from this fella.
I don't know what you're asking me.
Symposium didn't really do the trick.
Apparently not. It could be the Marxism.
I'm pretty sure it does. If I subscribe to the TMA podcast on Apple,
right,
I get the Tim McKernan Show podcast.
We're going to get to the bottom of this right now.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm virtually certain of this.
But they're separate feeds in the same network.
That's correct.
Right. They're separate feeds.
But it still will be shown in your list of podcasts to listen to. Like Wednesdays, Doug always has Holly Randall in my feed.
I do?
No. Wednesdays, I know that Holly Randall has a new episode.
Okay.
Let's see what I got in my... You want to know what's in my podcast feed?
I do.
Sure, no problem. Jeremy Macklin, Sean Weatherspoon, and Kevin Rutland have a new one up. From college to NFL, the journey begins. I guess they're talking about their journeys from college. I'm looking forward to listening to that.
I'd like to listen to that as well.
Josh Pate's college football. I don't really listen to college football podcasts at this time of year.
Off-season, yeah.
I go from consuming nothing but college football podcasts for 3 months to like,
You can't miss something if it's always there.
Yeah. Doug, you can't miss something
if it's always there. Sometimes I miss the sun. It's always there, but I don't see it.
How about that?
I don't feel
It's
it.
fair. It's a good point. It's a really good counterpoint.
Okay.
I'm left without words now.
I like that presidential historian John Meacham. I believe he's speaking at the county library. Is that on March 5th that he's doing that?
I don't know the date. What's he talking about?
I was listening to, he's a presidential, he has a new book out. Really insightful guy. I was listening to that interview. Scott Van Pelt's podcast, ESPN College Game Day podcast. And then I really like Greg Olson's podcast, Youth Inc. I think that's a good one, too. Songs that explain the 90s, that's in there.
Ringer podcast there, right?
Yeah. No Laying Up, although I'm not listening to it as much lately. You listen to it?
My interest in the PGA Tour, outside of majors and the players, or just golf in general, pro golf, is not much, I would say. Like I'm into...
Was that always the way, or has it decreased recently?
It was certainly higher, like in high school when I got the golf bug and wanted to do nothing but golf and consume golf all the time. So yeah, I would say it's diminished a little bit, but over the past 5 years, it's stayed pretty consistent.
Okay.
Like the TGL stuff, like I couldn't even begin to try to watch that.
All right.
That's just my personal thoughts.
Hey, you don't have to couch it right
Sure,
there.
but I love watching tournaments. Any Sunday tournament, I don't even care if it's a major or the players. I'll watch it.
So Movie Boy is on the TMA podcast feed, but the Tim McKernan Show isn't.
Oh, brother.
That's curious. That's from Just Don't Press Push.
I can answer that. The Tim McKernan Show has a separate RSS feed, which is important for advertisements, this, that, and the other, whereas Movie Boy does live inside of the TMA feed.
Like a parasite.
So some could say leeching downloads. So it does not have a separate RSS feed. That's the key difference right there.
And
now,
why don't you make your own RSS feed?
Well, it's not mine to make.
Doug, I can't get a
Whose
straight...
is it?
You're putting me in an awkward spot. That's what I'll say. Put me in an awkward spot.
Because it's Kurt's fault.
No, it's nobody's fault. That's
Because
just
Doug is creating RSS feeds and he won't create one for you. Why?
I'll give Doug $100 American if he can create an RSS feed. By the end
Why
of the
would I
day.
want to do such a
Yeah,
thing?
you're gonna have to, I'm on behalf of Doug. I'm going to have to ask you for a little bit more.
It's fair. But that's just not the situation. What I can do is I can simul-post it essentially to the TMA feed as well.
You got that, Doug?
Simul-post it.
Right, so essentially double post it. I can do that.
Well, here's what I can do, Bracketology. And we got a new one for you, Doug.
Oh, no.
Now, the NCAA net rankings are out this morning following Missouri's win, St. Louis University's loss. Let's start here. Doug, where do you think Illinois is in the NCAA net rankings?
About 9 or 10.
Papers?
Yeah, it's what are you talking about? Can you ask that one more time? I spaced out for a second.
Why don't you do a key bump of Addy right off my tramp
I don't
stamp?
keep it
right
with me.
before QFTA.
I don't take it with me.
Oh, you sold it all to Chairman Steve.
I don't sell.
Did you?
I don't barter for narcotics. There's no sale.
The question that was asked very clearly, unless you were under an overpass, was, what do you think Illinois' NCAA net ranking is 2 days before they get ready to host Michigan?
6 is my guess.
The answer is 4. They're 4 in Ken Pom, and they're 4 in the NCAA net rankings.
I knew they were 4. I thought they might have dropped.
They're holding steady there. It's Duke, Michigan, Arizona, and Illinois. Gonzaga now surging up to number 5, and Purdue also surging. At 6, Florida. At 7, Iowa State. At 8, Houston is the one that's experienced the skid, and they are now down 9. So the question is, where do the Billikens fall after the loss last night, Doug? They were at 22 before the Dayton game. They dropped to 24.
Okay.
In the Ken Pom, are you a Ken Pom guy? Or
I don't really read any of it.
In the Ken Pom, they are 27. Now, you talk about Missouri, and Jackson is talking about T.O. Barrett and the job he did last night in leading Missouri to the win over Tennessee. Tennessee is 20th in the net. Even after the loss, Tennessee was 18th, so they dropped 2 spots. Missouri in the NCAA net rankings moves up from 60 to 57.
There we go. All right.
60 to 57, and in the Ken Pom, Missouri is number 51.
Getting close to those 40s. That's where I want to be.
You want to be in the 40s?
That's where I want the Tigers to be, in the 40s of both, ideally. But
so you take a look at the latest. Now, this is Jerry Palm's bracketology.
Okay. He's a little higher on the Tigers than Lenardi has been.
Is that right? Because he's got them playing in Dayton. For the record, they play 4 games in Dayton.
The first 4.
And wow, the committee's done it again. This committee.
What have they done now?
Missouri will be in the East region as an 11 seed, playing in the first 4 in Dayton, and Dennis Gates and his ties to Cal.
Ooh, USC?
Golden Bears.
Yeah, he went to Cal, but is that the team they have?
Yeah.
Okay, USC.
Why don't you do 2 rails?
No, I know where Dennis Gates went. The Cal Golden Bears stink. I knew they weren't going to be in the tournament.
Well, he's got him as an 11 seed.
He's got the Golden Bears as an 11 seed? I thought you said, I said USC and you said yes.
Cal.
Okay, so he's got him playing Cal. Former school of Andrei Stojakovic.
Yeah. Who transferred to Illinois.
Yeah. Mizzou played Cal last season and won.
For the record, Cal's a 59 in the NCAA net.
I thought they stunk. My bad.
Anytime I bring up Dayton, it really throws you off. What happened to you in Dayton?
It's like a lapse in my brain.
Now, yesterday, Joe Lenardi had the Billikens as a 6. Now, this is not Lenardi. This is Jerry Palm. This is CBS. They got the Billikens now as an 8 seed in the East, taking on Clemson. Now, if they can get past Clemson, guess who is waiting for a Billiken?
Oh, can I have initials?
D.
Denmark? Yeah. Denmark's got a club?
Yeah.
Duke?
You better believe it, brother.
Duke. Okay.
Oof.
What do you think about that, Papers?
Tough draw. And I don't know if you saw what Cameron Boozer did yesterday, but...
Well, you talk about Micah Shrewsbury.
They beat Notre Dame last night by 44.
Spread was 17.5. Tam Avenue Capital Partners were eyeing it.
Yeah. Now, I did talk with friend of the program, Adam Long, when we were down in Florida. He's a big Duke fan himself, went to Duke.
Michael Jordan told him to take that damn hat off.
Yeah. And he said he's really curious what Duke would look like if a team were to successfully neutralize Boozer. Because in basically all their big wins, Boozer's gone off. What would they look like with a 10-point game from Cameron Boozer? And I'm curious too. I don't know who's going to be that team to neutralize him. He's pretty unbelievable.
I mean, theoretically, if they both get to the Elite Eight, St. Louis University would be playing Missouri.
There we go. And an Elite Eight matchup, Doug.
Oh.
That'd be unbelievable.
Oh.
And that means SLU would have gotten past Duke. So they would certainly be the story of the tournament, probably.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, that means we got one in the Final Four no matter what.
That'd be pretty incredible. Yeah. That'd be awesome.
You caught yourself right there.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I really hope it'd be one team over the other.
It's just a guy making up brackets. That's all this is.
And then Illinois is out west now, taking on Portland State. And then they would have to take on UCLA or Kentucky. Kentucky is 7 seed, UCLA a 10 seed. So they get a chance to have a rematch with Big Cronin.
No.
That's not a great draw either in terms of your 7 or 10 seeds there.
Purdue 2 seed. I would imagine that'd be a St. Louis game, and Iowa State 2 seed. I would imagine that would also be a St. Louis game.
I think those will be your 2 seeds here in town.
You don't think Illinois?
No.
I still think Illinois is coming to St. Louis.
I think they got it right now with Purdue and Iowa State.
Do you want to wager?
Yeah, I'll put 10 on it.
All right. I'll ride Illini.
So, but if it's not Illinois, it's not those two teams.
I'll make the bet simple.
All right.
Illinois is in St. Louis.
Okay. Yes or no? And I say no, you say yes.
No. All right, there we go. Doug, there it is. It's been said.
Okay, we really
Tournament's
broke
been
that
set.
down. All right, the tournament hasn't been set and won't be until they finish the regular season and then the conference tournament games. Then we can look at these.
I'm excited to be taking my family on a trip for spring break, going right back down to Jupetown. Got to get those Uncle Eddie's pancakes at Juno Beach Cafe.
Yep.
And apparently the controversial sponsor, Guanabanas.
Yeah.
It's not controversial. It's a great spot.
Not controversial.
They give you 10 nice-sized fritters.
I'll be going there. That's been one of my wife's favorite restaurants since 2009.
Yeah.
But yet we want to apologize for them sponsoring.
That's right. It's our
bad. But there's a part of me that thinks I'm going to be missing being in St. Louis for that weekend of the first and second rounds of the tournament.
Yeah, but then you went to the tournament last year, and would you say that was your best experience for a spring break trip? Yeah.
I still can't believe we did that. Right. I want to know the headspace I was in when I said, you know what, I'll drive 6 hours to Wichita.
Remind yourself of that if you have any qualms about heading down south for the spring.
When I'm sitting there eating brass ring wings.
Yeah. Yeah. Remind yourself of the sweet, sweet drive to Wichita, Kansas.
God almighty.
It's picturesque out there.
No. Yeah.
And 6 hours, you were really scooting, too.
I think maybe I thought it was 6 hours. I was under the impression it was like Chesterfield to Kansas City.
Yeah.
No.
Ooh. Yeah. And that's why when I saw that sign that said 225 miles to Wichita, once we got into the state of Kansas, I looked at my wife like, well, what are you going to do about this?
You didn't know? You didn't check it out beforehand?
Hell, I don't know. Oh. Like I said, I want to know the headspace I was in when I said, here, boy, let's get in the car and we'll drive for your spring break to Wichita to watch these Tigers play Drake.
A very meat and potatoes move on your part.
Thank you.
And little kids love to sit in the car for a long, long time.
If you give them an iPad, they will. I could have driven to California.
Really?
Yeah. He wants to do more road trips now. I was talking about driving down to Jupiter to have my car down there. So when I go and play golf, I won't have to hear about it.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I'll ride with you. What if I said the iPad isn't coming? He's out.
Yeah, he's out.
Yeah,
I get that. Then you're just staring at the...
Well, then you can have an old father-son talk.
For 18 hours.
Pop, tell me about local TV.
You can record QFTA.
What was it like to live in poverty?
Listen to a QFTA.
Yeah, exactly. 2 QFTAs and you're in South Florida.
But there'll be no talking while the QFTA is being played.
No, I like to listen to myself.
Right. Review game tape.
Thank you. We'll do a QFTA around noon today. Riz Stalter and I are doing the spread zone coming up following this program. Then Jackson and I will do QFTA. Hard out, though, at 3 o'clock. Hard out at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Jackson.
I love doing QFTA.
Chairman Steve noticed you got a high-pitched voice when you
And that's how people talk. I continue to contend that.
Do people talk in high-pitched voices?
When someone asks them, did you like something, it's not weird for them to go like, yeah, I did like that, and raise the tone of their voice.
Mm-hmm. But what that's communicating is surprise. You see that? That's what that's communicating. I'm just telling you about involuntary behavior and how I've used it to own people's souls.
But it'd be weird if I lowered my voice to respond to such a question.
So did you like the movie? No.
Yeah, see, that'd be weird.
Yeah.
That'd be weird.
Okay. Well, you like the fritters. I know that.
They were yummy.
Do you like Dr. Brandon Pryor?
Love Dr. Brandon Pryor.
See?
Tough
the difference right
tough
there?
night for him.
Baseline behavior, Chairman Kurt. That's all we're using here. This is really ABC stuff.
When the voice goes up, it just means you're trying to get out in front of what you think the other person is perceiving.
That you guys are projecting your own stuff onto that.
Just telling you about
I
behavior.
I really like Dr. Brandon Pryor. Big Tennessee guy. Sorry for my guy.
Would you be happy for St. Louis University if it advanced to the Final Four?
Yes, of course. But I raised my voice a little bit.
Would you be happy for Missouri if it went to the Final Four?
I think you know the answer.
This is, I mean,
what if
it's a
Missouri
clinic
lost?
right now? It's a clinic.
What if they didn't even make the tournament, Missouri?
I'd be in a bad place.
There goes the voice down.
See what we're doing? It's just basic human behavior. It's all it is.
But if they should win the
Why
conference
is this batting
tournament?
practice on you? Do the 100 West read.
When you look in the mirror and smile, what do you see? Jagged yellow teeth, grinding your teeth from stress, coffee habit caught up to you. It's not about vanity and looks. It's about looking and feeling your best with a healthy smile. Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental is my guy. They do more than your typical dentist. They don't just clean teeth. 100 West Dental rebuild smiles and confidence. And if you have worn teeth, chipped edges, gaps, Dr. Pryor handles the heavy lifting with veneers, bonding, full mouth, and rehabs. Right now, at Dr. Pryor's office, 100 West Dental on Manchester in Baldwin, they are offering consultations. So if you're tired of the jagged look, go to 100westdental.com and book an in-person consult online or submit a virtual consultation request right from your phone. Stop smiling with your mouth closed in photos and go see Dr. Pryor, 100westdental.com. We'll come back and have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. This is TMA 101 ESPN. This is Tim McKernan. February's all about love, right? And while we're out here showing love to our partners, our kids, our pets, don't forget about a place that shows up for you every single day. That's your home. If your house has been dealing with drafty windows, high energy bills, or just needs a little freshening up, now is the perfect time to show it some love. And Universal Windows Direct is here to help. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. That's a real deal, and there's no limit. Whether you need 4 or 14, half of them are on the house. You'll also get 0% interest for 36 months, so you can upgrade your home now and spread out the payments with no added cost. And for a little extra love, you'll get $500 off your home improvement project when you schedule this month. And the best part, their team makes everything simple, from the free in-home estimate to the professional installation. You are in good hands from start to finish. So this February, show your home a little appreciation, treat it to an upgrade that you'll feel every single day through winter and beyond. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 2, get 2 free, 0% financing for 3 years, $500 off your project. Comfort savings in a home you'll fall in love with all over again. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my window.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The Blues are going to be back in action tomorrow evening as they take on the Seattle Kraken. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
On behalf of Jackson Burkett and myself, we'd like to apologize to Jamie Rivers for mocking my spring break trip to Wichita. He has brought it to our attention that his significant other is Wichita native.
Okay.
And
as are my parents.
Yeah. So I'd like to apologize to your parents.
If you could.
And Jackson, boy, this will be your 5th Twitter notes apology.
Yeah. I might just start like a blog where it's like
personal news
to see all my apologies. Click here, and I'll somehow grift some money out of people doing that. So that's going to be my plan. Sorry, Jamie.
But he has recommended a wonderful Mexican restaurant for those of you going and taking your family to Wichita this spring.
Okay.
Called Felipe's.
Ooh.
Yola!
I bet it's got good tacos. I love tacos.
I mean, that would stand to reason, wouldn't it?
Well, you never know.
I went to Wichita on spring break a couple times as a kid.
Pony?
How'd that go?
Long drive.
From Liberal, Kansas?
No, from St. Louis to Wichita. Because my grandparents lived there, so my mother wanted to see her parents, of course. So the whole family would go to Wichita. Come back like to high school, and people say, yeah, I went to Daytona. Yeah, I went to Miami. I went to Wichita.
Did you go to Felipe's?
I didn't know. We went to Brown's Cafeteria, I remember. That's where we always went.
Sounds appetizing.
That's where all the old people went.
That's Groans.
Well, I don't know. At the time, it was Brown's.
Was it a buffet?
I think the Groan family acquired it.
It was a full service
hostile
restaurant.
takeover.
Okay. Should we, Doug, you want to go to a buffet, just you and me, soon?
Are you asking me out right now?
Oh, just for like a buffet lunch.
You might want to run that by HR first.
Doug and I got lunch like every day last week.
Yeah, I don't mind a
We didn't go to any buffets, and I wish we did.
Yeah.
I like a buffet. I haven't been in years.
I like seeing what I'm going to get, exactly what I'm getting, and then getting it right there on the spot.
And
Do you
having
need a sneeze guard?
If you could, that'd be
preferably.
nice.
I want to get as much as I possibly can.
Yeah, we don't want to get shortchanged.
Jackson, you don't happen to have the winner of
I do.
today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day handy, do you?
It is funny, I do. Stan from Hazelwood, so I went to DeSmet, picks up a W.
Congratulations to Stan from Hazelwood. So I went to DeSmet.
Yeah.
Again, I never understood that. But I guess Vianney's kind of the South County school.
You
so
wouldn't,
I guess-
you wouldn't go to Vianney if you lived in Hazelwood.
Yeah.
DeSmet's got to be the closest and easiest to get there.
And that's what Stan did.
And they're playing in the Challenge Cup final on Friday against Chaminade, I
Are
believe.
you going to that?
No.
That was dismissive.
Okay.
I don't go to a
What
lot
time
of-
do the Gers play on Saturday?
Noon.
Okay.
Noon in Stark Vegas.
2-0 week sitting there for him.
One more win, I think the ticket's punched.
Yeah.
1 out of the last 3. If you go 0 for 3, then you got to kind of rely on the tournament. But you've closed out the year on a 4-game win streak. Maybe bump up a seed.
Let me just, I'm not doing this for Kwame and Voyukas mainly because he's a South City guy and we take care of each other because sure as hell y'all won't. Billikens win against Duquesne. Billikens win against Loyola. Billikens lose to George Mason and they lose in the A-10 tournament. Are they in the NCAA tournament?
They're sweating on Selection Sunday. It's a sweaty Selection Sunday.
I get a straight answer, can I?
It's because it's so dependent on the bid stealing that could go on in the other mid-major to lower conferences.
You hope there's not a lot of those buzzer beaters by teams that weren't supposed to win their conference.
Aston Shirts in Indiana State. Called it the worst week of his life.
If you're SLU, you're rooting hard for Miami of Ohio to win that MAC conference.
Yeah.
Because you don't want another school in there because they're going to put Miami in there one way or another.
Guys, I'm an 83 DeSmet grad. We always had a heavy North County representation. It's the North County Soccer Mafia crowd. It's from the 314. Huh?
Sure. D-World.
All right, so here's what I got going, Jackson. MyPolosPlus.com dossier.
Yeah.
I'm walking right down the hallway. I'm going to talk it over with Riz and Stalter, even though our show is at war with their shows.
That's right. That's right.
But we're still gonna fuck it up.
Yeah.
And we're gonna pick games somewhat accurately, honestly, mostly inaccurately.
Sure.
On the spread zone. And then I'm going to come down the hallway. I'm going to record some commercials.
Yep.
And then Jackson and I are going to go on the TMA STL YouTube channel right around high noon, brother, and do QFTA. Any questions or anything you want us to discuss? Anything at all.
Anything's on the table.
It's for real.
Okay.
Anything.
Anything is on the table.
TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com, and we'll do that for 3 hours minimum.
Yeah. Well, yeah, as long as we start by noon.
But if I go to 3:15, you're going to be pissed.
Not pissed, but maybe a little. I mean, that'd be a long day.
No, I wouldn't be pissed.
Yeah, see that, Chairman? Now you're starting to pick up the baseline. And if he leans forward, he's confident. If he leans back, he's feeling weak. There's a little vein right here, Doug, that starts to throb when you song. I don't tell people the.
Okay.
I might have to start doing this show from some sort of isolated cube so no one can
bag on your head. Turtleneck Tuesday will take care of that.
That's true.
It's time for Spread Zone down the hallway. You'll be able to catch that on the 101 ESPN and the 105.7 The Point YouTube channels, and of course on the 101 ESPN podcast feed, which is Schaefer Door Companies. Time for us to close this presentation out. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.